Of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second of the big doubleheader Premier Division weekend games here. And this afternoon we've got the Elimination Final here down at Edwin Flack Reserve in the early part of a Gippsland area in Berwick, and the pardon me, and the big contest today is between Doncaster East and Blackburn. The winner will go on to face Vermont here next Sunday, and but today it's going to be a very, very intriguing contest. Both sides come into the final series with fluctuating fortunes, but nonetheless, I think that's what's going to make this game a very interesting affair this afternoon. Good afternoon, my name's Wayne Brasher. I'm your host for pre-match this afternoon, joined by Josh Ward and Matt Spiderlee for pre-match. Good afternoon, gentlemen. And we were at the first of the doubleheader games yesterday between Roval and Vermont, and that was a very, very good, entertaining game of football. I'm expecting nothing less today.
Good afternoon to you, Josh Brash.
Absolutely. Looking forward to this contest as well. And boys, it's fantastic to be back out here.
Oh, magnificent.
And we're in a different spot. We're in usually what's called the Waconians, who are the coterie group out here. We're in their rooms today. That is a fantastic view. You see in this room, you see on the stream, if you're tuning in on Facebook and YouTube, the Berwick jumper, the old Berwick jumper as well. Back when they played in the VFA, there's they showed some of the VFA clubs back in the day as well, like the Camberwell Cobras,
yeah.
The Casey Scorpions as well.
Springvale, as they were known back in those days.
Springvale Scorpions. It's quite fantastic to be out here at Edwin Flack, and I'm looking forward to this contest. Seeing Doncaster East for the first time this season, and Blackburn for the second for another time this year.
Both coaches, Ryan James and Anthony Fagan, will be joining us throughout our pre-match broadcast this afternoon. So Ryan James will be joining us shortly. Initial thoughts on today's game, Spider. What's your initial thought about how this game could pan out?
Yeah, look, I mean, I happened to see both these two sides play earlier in the year, and they played a shootout because it was a wonderful game. In the end, it was 150 to 104 at the end of the game. You know, Josh Shackey kicked 8 goals in a losing side, and that game, it was just an enthralling contest in terms of up and down ball movement, transition. It was the way that Donny East played that day in terms of their offence, but it was the ability for Blackburn to be able to lock the ball in their forward half and really punish Donny East on turnovers. So I'm expecting a similar game today, maybe not to that high in terms of scoring, but I just really think the open big spaces are really going to suit Blackburn today. I think they've got to pick a really good team. I think it's almost as strong as they can pick at this point.
Yeah, it looks very solid.
And to get a guy like Philatides back in the team who's been playing
Kiner Brown as well.
Yeah, who've been playing at VFL level and playing good VFL football as well at Sandringham. So I think those two guys coming in, they just add a lot extra to their team and their defence as well, which has been questioned a little bit during the season. They've started to get players back at the right time for Blackburn. So I think their game is starting to become in really good order.
And what's your initial thoughts, Josh? I mean, you've had you called the game yesterday, and you saw the two qualifying final sides. What are your thoughts initially about these two sides based on your assumptions for season 2026?
Well, just going through a little bit of the footage this morning and looking at the Premier Data stats, it looks like they play two different brands. Doncaster East in particular. Doncaster East is obviously more focused on that contest style of brand, and watching their game against East Ringwood last weekend, when they got on top in the third quarter, they were more focused on getting it to their tools, guys like Josh Shackey, Tim O'Brien working his way up the ground, and hoping that some of their key players in the midfield, like a Matt O'Brien, like a Kyle Owens, are able to get the ground ball and send them into attack, particularly from defensive transition. Whereas Blackburn are a little bit more methodical, trying to find the gaps. And on big grounds like this, that's the kind of game style you want. We saw it yesterday with Roval. We saw it at times with Vermont, but that contest style eventually fell short in the end against a really good Hawks outfit. And I could be something similar that happens here between the Lions and the Burners.
The other thing that, you look at Doncaster East and, for the majority of the season, gentlemen, they were sitting in third position. It was just they just slightly faltered in the last couple of rounds, and that may be because they might have had a few injury concerns, but also possibly the fact that it's very hard to maintain a high level game style for 18 rounds a year, and there's always a threat that at some stage of the season you might just sort of peak just a tad early.
Well, they played their best footy probably in the first half of the year,
Yeah.
Donny East, and probably if you measure their back end of the year, it probably hasn't been as good. I mean, their results have fluctuated a little bit. It's ebbed and flowed. Look, I think from their perspective, they just need to get off to a good start today. They probably haven't started as well in games in the back end of the year as what they would have liked. So that's going to be their challenge today. They really need to start well against a Blackburn team who have the capacity, especially front half, in their front half game.
Yeah.
If they get the ball into their forward line, they will score, and they've got the tools and they've got the smalls to do that.
One of the advantages that I feel that Blackburn may have over Doncaster East is the fact that Shaki's been their number one goal kicker. He's kicked 86 goals for the season, and the next best is a young player called Joel Papadopoulos with 21 goals. Where you come up against Blackburn, you got Toby Wooler on who's kicked 49, but I reckon this particular player's probably snuck under the rainbow a bit in Carmody. He's kicked 39 goals.
He's been terrific. Yeah, I mean, he started the year in absolute outstanding fashion and has been consistent throughout. I mean, his role that he plays in that team is really important, and it'll be significant today as well. So for Blackburn, the spread is going to be a real important factor in terms of their contribution.
Josh, one other player I think for Blackburn this year that I think has raised his level to another game is Billy Hicks, averaging 23 disposals, and he's kicked 18 goals. So he's kicked a goal a game, and he does add a little bit of point of difference in that Blackburn off that Blackburn half forward line, and he's a difficult matchup because he can play tall, but he's also very quick off the mark of that initial 5 metre start.
And he's getting a bit more midfield time as well.
And he should, because he's a quality player. I think he'd be right up there in the best and fairest at the moment. I think he would easily be in the top couple. He actually probably, in my view, could be in front.
Oh, I think he can, and he's helping support guys like Riley Stoddart, Kate Answorth, who has missed a fair chunk of the season as well.
But I think
Macadorian's had a bit of an interrupted year as well.
But the thing is, you're right, and I think those two players that you actually mentioned are going to be actually pretty integral to where Blackburn could, because they're going to both be really important in their rotations.
Particularly with...
Not Answorth, because he'll probably play a back. He'll probably play off that half back line.
Potentially, but particularly with Doncaster East midfield depth and their starting midfield. Like, you obviously got Kai Owens, but Matt Hoskin can roll through there.
Yeah.
Josh Gasparini is also a really good player. He's had an impact this season. They've got some real midfield depth, which is hurt by the fact they don't have Darcy Jones-Hughes playing today.
No.
I believe that's he suffered an injury last weekend against East Ringwood, so they're going to need to step it up today, the rest of the midfielders.
So, in essence, right, you've got Kai Owens, averaging 30 possessions a game. He's played all 18 games, and he wasn't actually listed
originally,
on the Friday.
And it probably would have sent a bit of a scare through some of the Donny East fans, no doubt, because they probably wouldn't have been sure of what was going on if they had been going to games, whether he'd had an injury at training or in the game last week. But if he does play, he's going to be the most important player for them today.
Well, he is listed at this stage, so I think he will. Yeah,
they have made a few changes from their Friday list, with both Tim O'Brien and Matthew O'Brien coming into the lineup as well. And when you looked at their, and I'll be interested to ask the coach how. Why that is, but
and it might be the Ducks and Drakes thing, where they probably want to create a little bit of uncertainty into Blackburn from a mindset perspective in terms of how they line their team up. So it'll
But
be interesting to see.
right? But Spider, in all honesty, and I mean, I'm not trying to put words in anyone's mouth here, but I mean, do we have to pay ducks and drakes at this level?
Probably not necessary. I wouldn't have thought. I mean, the team is the team. If you're smart enough and you've been going out and doing your opposition analysis, you should be knowing who's playing and not playing. But from their perspective too, like you really know, and it serves better to be a bit more upfront and honest about it as well. I think so. People coming to the games know who's exactly playing.
Go on, Josh.
Yeah, I was going to say, and they're crucial players to their lineup as well. So they would have been planning. They would have been planning what to do with these players anyway. Blackburn, no matter if they were listed or they'd have game plans in, and it would have caused a little bit of a scare. But I sense they would have had a feeling that they would have played. Eventually.
And put it this way, in this day and age, most teams in Premier Division have forward scouts going out watching sides 1 and 2 games in advance.
And training as well.
Yeah, and I think it's quite crucial that O'Brien in particular plays. He's played VFL footy this season with Port Melbourne, but he's also coming off a 35 disposal game last weekend, and he's going to be crucial in the support he provides.
But O'Brien's a really good foil for Shacky because he's a goal kicker as well.
Yeah.
And like he's kicked 14, right, in the 9 games that he's played, and Matthew O'Brien's averaged 9 goals over 7 games.
Yeah.
So it's not like so those 2 players actually bring, not only that, but the 3 players concerned actually bring in an extra 71 possessions on average into a team that on Friday morning looked like that they
we're about to lose. But,
and now it's back to a winnable game.
But back when they listed their side on Friday, they did have some good players coming in. Like Mitch Ryan's had a decent season at the VFL level. And Tomoya Owens has also had an impact as well. And it doesn't surprise me that neither of them are listed as well because of obviously their player point situation in particular is quite tight at the moment. So Ryan would have been a 1-pointer anyway because I think he's played a fair chunk of footy at Doncaster East and Beverly Hills as well. But I just think, if you lost those players, it would have really, really hurt. So
well, it would have hurt because, I mean, the thing is, and the way I see it is, it would have been a disappointment for Doncaster East.
Yeah.
Considering that they had the year they've had, because technically speaking, they've had a pretty consistent.
Yeah, it's been positive for them.
Positive and very more consistent year than what it has been in years past.
100%, and I think it comes down to not only those players who have come across, and I expected them to have an impact, and it created a bit more depth across the park, but also some of their younger players coming into the lineup as well, like Anthony Scartamaglia has also had a pretty decent season. You'd expect a guy like Jay Rankin, who has also missed a fair chunk of the season, but he's got an immense amount of talent.
It always cast my mind back to watching Jay Rankin when he played at Fair Park.
Yeah,
right. And there's a particular game up at Sylvan where he took them apart. Some of the grabs he was taking.
Well, the talent's always been there, hasn't it, Bruce?
Yeah, it has.
I mean, at that, when he was playing for Fair Park, we always thought that he had the capacity to go up the grades and play high level, and he's got the Premier, and it's full credit to him.
And interestingly enough, Blackburn season, Spider, you've probably seen more of them than probably any one of us on the media team this year. Compared to 2025, have they gone? Do you think that they're not? How do I say this? I know the ladder positions don't lie, but are they going as well as what they did last year?
No, they're certainly not going as well as what they did last season. And that's pretty self-evident in terms of the personnel that they've put out there on a week-by-week basis. So that's going to be their challenge today. They're only just starting to get that team and that combination back into the lineup. So, but no, collectively, their performances have been a little bit inconsistent across the board.
And joining us for the first time this year in season 2026, and it's the coach of the Doncaster East Football Club, Ryan James. Good afternoon, Ryan.
G'day, boys. How are you?
Not too bad. Ryan, we were just talking about the fact that on some of your game days you've struggled to make sure have what we say a steady list of players listed. Has that been the case this week? Because you named one side on Friday and then three others came in on the Saturday. Is that because of the player availability?
Yeah, I don't think we've struggled more than most. I think we've only had 5 players play every game. But with this week, we were training yesterday morning.
Okay.
We had Matty O'Brien that we didn't know about at VFL. We had 1 or 2 under a cloud, but we were really confident. But we didn't know till yesterday morning exactly. So, but I know we have to name a team on a Friday.
Yeah. Look. I want to look. We know about the known players, right, in your team, but it's been a bit of a evolution in change in your side this year. We've had to blood. You've got quite a few youngsters, at least five of them between 18 and 19, and then you've got blokes like Hoskin and Darcy Byrne-Jones who are only 21. So it's actually been a bit of a learning curve for your club this year.
Yeah, it has brushed, but I think it's come from the last 2 years. Like 2 years ago when we had Whitey and Fez and Zach Clark, we were probably the oldest list in the comm, and we needed to go in a different direction. And I think today, we got 13 boys playing their first final. I think there's 6 or 7 teenagers out there. I think Tay down back is 28 and Will's 25 and the rest are teenagers. So it's exciting for the club, and I'm not too worried about them being overawed. They've played really well to get us to this position.
No, and I think, look, Vermont yesterday, they fielded a very young side as well, who were competitive for basically a half yesterday. Their players at times didn't look overawed, so I'm not expecting your young guys will be overawed as well. A couple of blokes. Higgins has been an interesting young addition to the side. A really good pedigree. Only a young kid. What can you tell us about him?
Yeah, he comes from probably the royal family of Donny East, the Higginses. East actually, he's had a really good year for us, but it's been hard for him because he has to go off to school footy every so often. I think he's probably, him and Ollie and Lukey Quain are going to be the pick of our kids at the moment, like very long term, like out of the young'uns. Ethan's had some really good days for us. Probably dropped off the last couple, but I think he's made for finals, and he's got that goal craft, which hopefully he uses today.
Luke Quaynor, touching on him, I think he's played a bit of AFL footy with Collingwood in recent history. How crucial is he today, particularly? I'm guessing he's related to, obviously, Isaac at the AFL level, and I'm guessing he'll provide a bit of drive off that wing or of half-back line.
Yeah, Lukey will play half-back. Yeah, Lukey, it's probably a bit of a head-scratcher why he hasn't played more VFL.
Yeah.
Like, he's like him and Isaac were late developers with their footy, and Lukey's got so many attributes that you like, and I'm trying to get him to Port Melbourne where I've got relationships. He needs to be playing every week. He's getting better and better. Works on his game. His last 8 weeks have been really solid for us, and he's probably got a few more tricks than his brother in terms of ball use and breaking lines. So I don't think higher up for Lukey's out of the question, like in 1 or 2 years' time.
Fingers crossed, and maybe he might get the opportunity to play alongside Isaac at the AFL level. But Jay Rankin, who came across to Doncaster East last season after a fantastic start to his senior career at Fair Park, how have you seen his development over the past couple of seasons?
Jay's a scary talent. He's the one that gives me more headaches than most during the week. So round 2, he really didn't do a pre-season with a back injury, and round 2, I still remember we beat Berwick out here, and then on the Monday night, he rings me and says that he's broken his ankle playing basketball. So he missed 14 weeks with that. Jay's just a young kid who enjoys footy. I think basketball's actually his natural love. We still get asked questions about him from higher up. If Jay wants to chase that, he'll be able to. He probably just needs to mature and want to work a little bit harder during the week. He's scary at what he can do.
Good luck today, Ryan. All the best for what's ahead of you this afternoon. It's going to be a great game to watch. I think from your perspective, how have you seen some of the guys that have come into the club this year and really added to that depth? Guys like Gasparini, Gown, guys like Matty O'Brien, those sort of players that have come in and added a little bit more to the playing group across the board in 2026. Yeah,
we've been really lucky. It's not only what they've added on the ground. I think you'd struggle to find a better player in the comp than Kai Owens at the moment. but they're all four of them have been really good, but it's more what they've added around the club. Like they're that right age group that we needed to go, and we needed to go a bit more proven local footballers. But Kai, Will, Gas, and Matty O'Brien, just their professionalism has really helped our young group. So now our younger boys have probably got something to chase every Tuesday, Thursday.
So let's now expand on a couple more things. So from your perspective, coaching, you're coming into a big finals match. You know, your form in the front half of the year was really good, and then towards the back end, it probably wasn't as strong, and it was probably at times maybe a little bit inconsistent. Are you now starting to feel a little bit more of the pressure internally and externally in terms of the expectation of Donny East? You know, the last couple of years, you've played some finals footy in the past. Last year it was a dip, but now you're back on the final stage. And now there's an opportunity to perform. So do you feeling that pressure from your perspective and from the club in general?
I don't think there's any more pressure on us than what there would be Blackburn or Vermont.
Do you think there should be pressure, though, like on this group?
Well, I reckon we'd be the youngest team in the finals by a long way. So,
Yep. But with the experience of some of the players that you do have in there as well.
Yeah, there's pressure on. I think there's pressure on everyone at finals, but I think if you do the research, we're the youngest team in the comp, and I think it's good. Yeah, and I probably beg to differ with our form. Like Roval were way too good for us 2 weeks ago, and taught us a bit of a lesson. But if you watch the replay last week, we did everything but win. So I think our form's been okay. We've lost to first and second the last 2 weeks, and ultimately we'll be judged on what happens out here today. So
to get the job done today, you've played Blackburn twice during the year, and you've split results. The game I did see down at Blackburn, which was the high-scoring game, which Josh kicked his 8 goals in, and that was just an enthralling contest right to the bitter end. You had some control of the game; they had control. What are the key things that you're going to have to do today, and things a little bit differently to ensure that you get the result that you're looking for?
I think you've probably answered your own question a little bit. Like, if the game looks like it did when you watched us against Blackburn, like open style, if it's an open game, it doesn't look how we want it to look. We beat them probably 2 or 3 weeks ago. We probably need it to look like a finals game in a contest. We know that offensively they're pretty good, but we also know that defensively they'll probably give us a look at the right time. It's can they make it a fast game? Can we make it a slow game?
What about the size of this ground out here at Berwick? You played out here during the year. How have you generally seen and played out here, do you believe? And do you think playing out here during the year is going to really serve you well on a game like today?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. Like, it's hard because it's your different mobs. I think we're 9-1 as a club here. So, and obviously Blackburn have struggled here the last couple of years, kicked real low scores and lost. So, it's hard to tell. Like, you'd sit there and think it's an advantage to Blackburn, but
I don't see it that way.
Yeah, well, I like your thinking there, Brash. I just think a finals game, we're the best contested team in the comp, so it's no secret. We need to make it look like that, and we've probably got some strategies around how we make it look like that.
Ryan, before you finish, look, one of the reasons that I'm very bullish on your side today, and I am tipping you to win this game, is because for the majority of the year you've been in the top 3, and it's only just been the last couple of weeks where it's just been a couple of little missteps that's actually cost you from playing in yesterday's game. But really, in all honesty, I think the playing group in general actually has really deserved they probably deserved to finish third compared to where the opposition did yesterday, if you know what I mean. It was probably reward for effort, and in terms of consistency, this side has really matured consistently wise this season.
Yeah, I think we'll top 3 up until the last
16.
quarter. Last quarter last week.
Literally the last 5 minutes, I think, of the contest as well.
I think ultimately, I'd love to have to finish third, but like I said to the group, after it didn't go our way, we weren't planning on getting to a final and losing a final anyway. I think this group, this is a younger group, a good group. I think we deserve to finish 4th, 3rd. It doesn't really matter. I'm just really looking forward to watching these young boys go today.
A few weeks ago, you had the reappointment for yourself for 2027, and obviously you need the security and need to know. But do you think what was the plan behind that? Was that do you think perhaps you pulled that lever was pulled by either yourself or the club too early? Does that impact in terms of what happens today, or what was the I suppose behind the message behind releasing that prior to finals and not maybe waiting till after a final series, or did you really want that certainty going into 2027?
Oh, geez, I'm glad you're not my manager. Jeez,
No, I'm asking the question from the perspective is like it seems like you. I thought you would want to focus on a final series rather than try and lock something in prior to what's going on in front of you.
I just think with the way footy's going now, like the 22 that are out there today have re-signed, and I've re-signed. We're on a bit of a path, and in an ideal world, I don't like it out on social media, but it was always the plan to keep going, and there was no reason behind it. It was probably, I don't know, probably just for socials, but the group and the club, we're really steadfast on what we're doing and where we're going.
Well, Ryan, look, it's been the first time. Did you have another question?
Oh, no, I didn't have another question, but it has been great to have a chat with you.
Yeah,
appreciate it.
Ryan, and my sentiments exactly. Look, it's the first time that we've had a chance to look at Doncaster East. I know we probably would like to have seen you throughout the season, but we feel that today's as good as any to see your side in action, and hopefully by 5 o'clock this afternoon you may have set a date with Destiny against Vermont next Sunday afternoon.
No, wouldn't it be good? Thanks for your time. Have a good call, boys.
Yep. Good luck, Ryan.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Ryan James there, coach of Doncaster East, and look, very much so. He actually has really had to sort of rebuild from the bottom up a little bit.
Well, it's a bit of a refresh on the run. It is in a sense because he's had to take that step back.
Yeah.
And then, like to 5 wins and then to relaunch it and reboot it pretty quickly. And they've done that.
They've done well, yeah.
I mean, obviously, they would have liked to have, as he said, they would have loved to have finished third. But in the end, it wasn't third. It was fourth. So, they got squeezed out just after losing
it was literally in the last 3 or 4 minutes of the game, and it was literally all because of a turnover in their defensive 50. So,
and there's nothing they can do about it now. They've just got to go out there and play what's presented in front of them. But I think in terms of what they're trying to do, with the managing of the list, it is an interesting watch. Yeah,
and obviously, Ryan is cultivating his connections with the VFL that he's got to make sure that. He's still it's a delicate. He needs to promote juniors, but he's also got to have his finger on the pulse a little bit with with still sourcing the best 5 and 6 pointers from the VFL level. To keep them relevant, Josh.
I think that's a positive as well, that they're nurturing that relationship with their junior club, which competes in a really strong junior competition in the IJFL, I know. And their junior sides
Beverly Hills
they're doing well. And I know their under 18s are playing off in a grand final, I believe, today. They've combined their under 18s with the Whitehorse Colts. So there's a lot of exciting talent coming through the ranks, no doubt, of Doncaster East and the Beverly Hills junior system. But I'm excited about what some of these younger players can do, particularly Luke Quaynor, because I've seen a bit of the footage.
Yeah, no, there's some good raps on him, and I've seen him a couple of times, and he's certainly going to be a player of the future.
He's got a beautiful left boot as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing how Doncaster East go today, and it's going to be exciting seeing some of these younger players.
And it's the start. I mean, they need to start well, and historically for Donny East, when they start well, they get themselves into good positions. When they don't start as well, they find that they're chasing the game, and that can be usually a problem for them, and that has been a problem in some games in the past.
Okay, one of the questions I was going to ask you, I think I'm not sure whether I went over this before, but in your opinion, gentlemen, do you feel that Blackburn have a few more bows to their string in terms of goal kickers and forward 50 players?
Yes.
Yeah, well, you mentioned that before, Spider.
Yeah, when you've got a guy like, you got Wooler, you got Wood, you got Carmody, you got other guys going through there like Dorian who goes down there. They've got so many guys that can go forward. and be dangerous down there at different times in the game.
And these taller players will enjoy the bigger terrain, like a Daniel Wood, who hasn't had the season like he did last year. Toby Willer will enjoy the bigger terrain as well. A bit more places to lead and create opportunities as well. And then some of their smallers will be able to do well.
Spider, Kai Owen, we have briefly touched on him. We know that he's an accumulator of the football and an absolute gun footballer. What do you do? What does Anthony Fagan have to do with him this afternoon? Does he run with it? Does he put a run with tag on him, or the player, or does he have to? Does he have to sort of concede that Owens is maybe one of those players that he can't afford to tag?
Well, he probably does in a sense, because he probably will concede that, knowing that Owens is going to get the footy. He's that sort of a player. He's going to find his way to the ball. It's a little bit similar to the Nick Dacos effect, isn't it? Really.
So who does go to him?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Who would go to him?
Well, Joshua, let's throw up a couple of candidates.
Would Bajaya go to him?
Possibly.
I reckon Bajaya is probably the best option.
I think Bajaya is probably the most likely to go to him.
Kate Ainsworth, maybe.
But I sort of like. I mean, I'm probably more leaning to Bajaya because the way that he plays. Whereas Ainsworth, I like his ball in hand. I don't want him to be stopping someone really.
Yeah, I think Ainsworth's value is better off that half back.
Well, he's giving him drive. Yeah. You don't want him playing a negating role.
No, he plays that sweeper role well.
I think there is some very interesting matchups. So we look at Toby Willer and he's kicked 49 goals, but I mean, you're probably looking at him and it's just, he hasn't really gone that well this year, but he's still kicked 50 goals.
The last couple of weeks in particular.
And he's had some injuries. He's had some times where he's been out of the side too this year as well.
Well, we saw their game against East Ringwood earlier in the year, and I remember I was on the boundary that day, and he was limping for pretty much the entire contest. So I'm expecting to see him in full flight today, and I'm excited after what he produced last weekend, where I think it was 7 or 8 goals he kicked against South Belgrave.
Yeah. I often look. When you're looking at sides of football and you're looking on each side, which player do you think may have which player could have the biggest impact for each individual side? Is there any two players, one from each side, in your mind that could have the biggest influence on the contest today?
Well, the obvious choice for Doncaster East is Owens.
Yep.
But Matt O'Brien, I reckon.
Yeah, well, I would have said Matt O'Brien because I think outside of Owens, I think he's the most important player. Except for Shaki, who finishes it off.
Shaki.
And then when you look at it from the Blackburn perspective, well, I think when you look at their midfield, you're looking to guys like Stoddard, to have a big game. Can he produce one in a big final? Macadorian, who this sort of ground will suit him as well.
Well, gentlemen, we're going to take our first break, and then when we come back, hope Coach Anthony Fagan will join us. But if he doesn't, we'll start getting into the 3 games that are set down for decision, and maybe a quick wrap of what happened yesterday. But for now, you're listening to Radio Eastern 98.1 and streaming all around the world live on Facebook and YouTube. This is the big Elimination Final clash down here at Edwin Flack this afternoon. It's Doncaster East versus Blackburn.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds, even in winter, absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table, ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Big clash down here, Elimination Final, Premier Division style, here at Edwin Flack this afternoon. It's Doncaster East versus Blackburn, coming to you live on Radio Eastern 98.1, streaming all around the world on YouTube and Facebook. And joining me once again on pre-match, Josh Ward and Matt Spiderley. Gentlemen, we're going to preview some of today's games. There's 3 games set down for decision.
Yes,
yep.
Outside of this one.
Outside of this one. And we're going to start with Division 1. Now, last Sunday, we were all there up at Pinks Reserve, and we saw Montrose get the chocolates in that game. They've got a front up again this week against Park Orchards, who might be smarting after losing last week against Mitcham, after once again uncharacteristically conceding a slow start, Josh.
Oh, I think they'll be up for the fight, Park Orchards. They'll look to set the tempo pretty early on. And we discussed it on Friday as well. The fact that Park Orchards are a lot more methodical going inside 50, but Montrose have still done well. And I think what I appreciated the most about Montrose was the fact they were able to move the ball quickly from defence to attack, catch Wantirna South off guard. There were a couple of moments where the Wantirna South defence was a bit shaky, but Montrose still looked very threatening heading inside forward 50, especially in comparison to Wantirna South. If they're able to bottle it up and give more opportunities to guys like Fraser Smith, both tended to have an exceptional game, and others as well, to really clunk those intercept marks and force them to go long and high rather than dart it to the leading options. I think that'll hold them in good stead, but I just can't see it happening. As much as I'm sure a certain media team member who's at that game would love to see his boys get over the line, I just don't think they have enough.
Spider, you actually said on the Friday preview, and I actually agree with you, if they get Rissole today, Park Orchards, it's going to be a real massive disappointment for them, because they've been spruiking themselves a lot this year, which I agree with. They walk away with a loss today. For me, it's a wasted season. Yeah, it is. Look, they'd be extremely disappointing if they don't get the result today. I mean, and that would be the most... I think that would be so deflating, and they will go down as the most disappointing team of the year, considering from what happened last year, and not to take that step back into the, towards a grand final again this year and have an opportunity to play in a grand final. That would be a massive setback for for Paris and for Park Orchards. I mean, they have had so many opportunities, and I just think today they'll get it done. I just think defensively they're well equipped. I think through the midfield they'll be able to get the ball moving, and I think their forward line is in really good order in terms of being able to score. And I do have some concerns still for Montrose, how they are going to kick a
winning score today against that Park Orchards defence. I'm just not sure that they're going to be able to do what they did last week. Because, look, guys like Britton and Carter and all those guys were fantastic last week, but you've got to be able to replicate. But in Park Orchards, if they can work the ball, from inside to out all day and do what they do with their chains, they're going to be very hard to beat.
And also, Montrose have got a little bit of history against them too. They haven't been able to beat Montrose in Park Orchards in any of their meetings. I think it's 7 or 8.
Yeah, I think it's 0-7.
Well, they've never beaten them, so...
No, and the thing is, I also think there's... This player, every time they play against each other... this guy absolutely tortures Montrose, and that's Lewis Downey.
Yeah, who's going to get the job, Josh?
Yeah, who's going to get the job?
Liam Bowden or Daniel Frith. I reckon one of those
Well,
two.
we talked about Friday, didn't we? And we said, probably Frith. Yeah.
I think it probably would be, and then you'd have someone like Fraser Smith or Bo Tennant floating in from the side.
So who missed out? Hickey, wasn't it?
I think it was Hickey who came out, but he is listed as an emergency, and we've seen sides who list players as emergencies, and it wouldn't surprise me if he does play this week.
Okay, let's put a margin on it. What do you reckon?
15 points.
Yeah, I still think, about 2 to 3 goals, I think. I just can't see Montrose being able to make up that gap. I'd say 3 goals. Yep.
Yeah, it might be. I think I won't be conservative. I'm thinking about 30 points for mine.
Yeah, it could go deeper if Park Orchards can get hold of the game, and if they can get on a run of goals, Montrose will find it very hard to peg it back. And it's all got to do with the start. Yeah. And Park Orchards do historically, have started well in finals. If they can do that again, look, last week was a little bit slow, but if they get their game going, and they fought really hard last week against Mitcham and nearly got that result, but fell just short. So I have big expectations on Park Orchards today.
Let's move to Division 2. Walker Park sees the first semi-final this afternoon between Waverley Blues and Mulgrave. Gentlemen, Mulgrave coming off a very, very disappointing performance last week in the qualifying final against Templestowe. I don't believe that Mulgrave can play as bad like that again today. I'm giving them another chance. I have to give them another chance based on the form that they've thrown throughout the season. But I think that Matt Richards might just have to tweak the game plan a little bit. That's going to make Mulgrave a little bit more positive in terms of there's too much handball and not enough direct kicking into their forward 50.
They can't be handball happy at a ground like Walker Park. It's literally 2 or 3 handballs max, and then you have to get a kick away.
Yeah, you don't want to overpossess against a team like Waverley.
Okay, when we spoke to Matt Richards last week, I posed a question to him about, does Fletcher Roberts get a free rein, right, when he feels that the game needs a change of direction, that he can go and play in a position that he feels he could be more advantageous of. I think if he was allowed that last in that game, I think he made the change too late because he actually didn't have enough input in the game early when Mulgrave needed it.
He didn't, and he'll look to have that say early in this contest as well.
So where do you feel, Josh? Okay, does he have to pull the trigger earlier than what he did if they're down by 3 or 4 goals?
Oh, you do, 100%.
Does he then have to go back?
You'd have to put him
down.
He
has that capability to do that. He's a premiership defender, you got to remember. So I think Fletcher can, he has that versatility to play anywhere on the ground, and I think they've just got to read the game in terms of the direction that it's taking. I think that's the best way to do it.
We haven't spoken very much about Waverley Blues, and they're probably their last 6 weeks in the Division 2 home and away season was as good as any of the 6 sides. When I look, I know they won by 28 points against Lilydale, and I don't know whether I was expecting more or expecting less, because I just sort of feel like that Lilydale, for all the improvement that they've made, very young and inexperienced side, maybe I was expecting a lot more in terms of the margin. Am I?
Now, I didn't expect it to be as much as that. I just think Waverley are what they are, and you are who you are in this with these things. So I just think Waverley today, they've got the opportunity to go up against the Mulgrave team, and they'll fight really hard. But last week it was quite clear that there was some inexperience from Lilydale, and they're just sort of still in that development phase, and they're going to take a little bit of time with their profile.
I think with Lilydale, they've played some close matchups with the Waverley Blues all season, but they literally, I feel like, limped over the finish line to get themselves into finals this year, because they only just got over the line against Scoresby, and they had their best line on the park that day. But I mean, the Magpies obviously are going to get relegated down into Division 3.
Yeah, and there's been a bit of fatigue, you can tell, setting in at Lilydale.
And it didn't help the fact that they had a lot of those players out and only just got them back into the last couple of weeks. So I think it's probably a fair reflection of where the Waverley Blues sit. They've improved since their last encounter against Lilydale, and I'm going to tip them to get over the line in this contest as well. I think they need to break even in midfield. Guys like Cole Vickers and Omar Mohammed really need to step up against others, such as your Riley Villanuses, your Tylers Villanuses, and Giorgio Varigianis, who I don't think had an impact last week. And if they even that midfield battle out, Fred Harding and Daniel Plaisted will also be crucial. Then I think it'll hold them in good stead and they can win this game.
Just not sure they're going to be able to. Are they going to be able to kick enough goals to win?
I think so.
Yeah, I mean they're relying a lot from their midfield though. It's not coming from the forwards.
They are capable of kicking those goals. Omar Mohammed and Cole Vickers, they're kicking about 2 or 3 goals this season. Then you've got others like Oscar Harding who can go down there and impact the scoreboard. There's others. I know it's not the biggest forward line. Nathan Buzzer, for an example, I reckon he'll want to have a big say in this contest as well. Having had limited exposure this season, I certainly think they're capable of putting on the score.
I see this as a 12 goal to 9 goal type.
Yeah, I'm thinking around that mark as well. I just feel that if the game becomes a Mulgrave game in terms of they can get win the contest and clearance battle. And they can cover that forward territory game, lock the ball in their forward half. I just think Mulgrave are going to be very hard to beat because that's hard to defend.
Yeah, Mulgrave. I got Mulgrave by 18 points. I just think that when push comes to shove, I think they were a clear standout third, and you've got to be. I know Connor Tilliard's not playing, but the game doesn't revolve around one play. It revolves around 22.
Yeah, I just think Waverley, Mulgrave, they can recover from their game last weekend, but I don't think they'll fully recover from it. There's still scars that are there.
Okay, that's fair.
It's an interesting observation.
Yeah, I just think it's too much to come back from, to go down. I know it was against the full-strength Templestowe side, but they'd gone close to Templestowe for most of the season. To go down in that manner last week is a lot.
We'll put it this way. I think Mulgrave are a better chance in beating Templestowe than what Waverley would be in a preliminary final.
No, I think Waverley Blues. I know you always say that teams sometimes can win from when they meet in the qualifying final, can knock them off in the prelim, but I just think Waverley Blues are in much better form and have that game style, particularly that defensive transition that can catch sides off guard.
So you reckon a couple of goals, you reckon?
I think it'll be
less than that?
Yeah, I reckon 8 or 9 points. I think that'll be the difference.
Yeah, Mulgrave for me.
All right. Well, we're down to the last game, preliminary final day in 4th Division this afternoon. The newcomers to the Eastern Football League in their second year, Bulleen Temp. It's their moment of truth this afternoon. Yeah. They come up against a finals contender every year in Chirnside Park. But you've got to love what Bulleen Temp have been doing this year, gentlemen.
Oh, they've been fantastic. This is the way that they play their footy. They transition, they run, they spread. Their ability to be able to use the ball. They like to flick it around between each other. I've really enjoyed watching them play. And they're going up against a Chirnside Park team, Josh, who I feel are just a very slow team. And they're a different side to what they were last year. Sure, they're a physical side, but I just don't know if they're. I think they're going to lack a little bit of pace against this Bulleen Templestowe team.
They've got a bit of pace, but not enough pace.
Not enough for this team.
Not against Bulleen Templestowe, and not if.
Because if the ball gets on the ground, who's going to get the ball?
If conditions are like what they are here at Edwin Flack, which is a picture-perfect day right now, and if it's the same at East Ringwood, which I'm expecting the same, that'll favour Bulleen Templestowe. And either way, I was going to tip the Bullants.
I harken back to a 2022 grand final between Surrey Park and Kilsyth at East Ringwood, where I saw a Kilsyth side dominate the first half, but Bulleen, on that day, Surrey Park did enough just to keep in touch. And at halftime, when they came back on at halftime, they exploded and they fair and square ran Kilsyth off the park. I am seeing the exact similarities in a game like this today. I can envisage that Chirnside will be up there for around a half. They will get their opportunities, but when push comes to shove in the second half, I'm expecting Bulleen Temp to explode after half time and run all over the ground.
I think the thing too, Josh, is and Brash, is that when you look at the Divi 4 ladder all year, I don't think Chirnside Park are the second best team in the competition.
No, they had a pretty decent run home.
And I think it's a bit of a false economy in that scenario and that setup. And I think Bulleen Temp have been that second best team for most of the season. And I just think that they're the team that can challenge Warrandyte. And I think they will give a better challenge to Warrandyte in a grand final than perhaps what Chirnside Park would.
Well, we saw their match-up a couple of weeks ago when they played out at Tedajani Reserve, and there were signs. I think Warrandyte were a bit more well-executed when it came to their game plan. Obviously not in front of goals when I think it was 2-7 that Gabrielle stumped kick, and in the end that could cost them the ton this season stump. But I certainly think with Bulleen Templestowe, they have the game style, they have the players to match it up with a side like Warrandyte come grand final day. If it's Chirnside Park, and I know they lost by 13 points last weekend, I don't think they do.
And it's just going to be hard. I mean, you can turn it around, as we talk about, but I'm just not sure that they have the capability to do that because they're a different side to last year and what they were up against in a team like Whitehorse.
Yeah, so I've got Bulleen Temp winning by about 6 goals.
Yeah, I'll go 6 goals.
I'll go 4.
Yeah, I'll say about 20 points.
I'll say 24 points, yeah.
Well, gentlemen, we've just previewed the finals. We've got a few minutes. Let's just quickly recap yesterday's results. So we'll start quickly in Division 3. The Basin worked their way into a grand final in probably one of the most dull bore fests.
7 goals. We won the game, according to Brett Davidson.
They move into a prelim final, grand final against Donvale. Josh, what was the score there? Can you remember?
Wasn't it 7-10?
7-12-54 to 2-10-22.
Yeah.
And for context, at half-time,
it was 1 goal, 4 to 9 behind.
Unbelievable.
First grand final in 11 years for the Basin, though. And both their seniors and reserves are playing off in grand finals against Donvale as well, which will...
That'll be massive. And 14 wins in a row they're going for. The Basin, if they secure the premiership.
No, I think it'd be...
Was it 14 wins?
Oh, well, they've won 12.
They've won 12.
Well, they lost last week.
Lost last week.
Sorry, they've won 13 of their last
14. Yeah.
14 of their last 15.
Still outstanding if they achieve it, but it's going to be a massive ask to throw a team like Donvale, who have been, they could just keep turning up on grand final day, don't they? But I think Donvale start as favourite.
This is almost like the David versus Goliath clash next weekend. Josh... So Surrey Park once again, right? The juggernaut of Surrey Park, right? Once again, come to the fore yesterday as they move into another grand final.
It's starting to get a little bit chilly.
You're getting used to this grand final caper, aren't you?
It's starting to get a little bit chilly in here, so I just decided to whip this out.
And after Templestowe went with them for probably a quarter and a bit, but your side just gradually worked their way into the contest and got their way on top. And I believe at one stage they hit a game-high 29-point lead.
I think so.
But once again, the maturity that this playing group has shown to move into another grand final, I mean, it's actually it's a fairy tale story continuing to write its own history.
Evolve.
It's remarkable, the evolution, and I've seen it firsthand, how much it's changed over the years, the amount of players that they've been able to bring back and get them into this position as the first side to qualify into a grand final, which they've never done. And they never won a minor premiership as well. So I think they're embracing the hunted mantle, which is what they are. They're the hunted. They've been the hunted side come this final series, and I think we talked about on the Friday the fact they didn't have Ben Woodfull. I don't think Ben Palmer played too much in the ruck contest. So to go out, execute a game plan, and I think it's exceptional.
So from a selection point of view, there, Josh, what can we potentially see on ground for them? Who's sort of
Ben Woodfull will come back. I think that's probably the only change at this stage. Maybe someone like a Dante Contrineo from the reserves. Maybe one player from their reserves, but Woodfull should be coming back in the come grand final day.
Mitcham worked their way into another grand final with a victory yesterday over North Ringwood in the second semi-final. The Tigers, they just know how to get the job done in finals and in close proximity, Josh.
8 finals victories in a row, all at Tormore Reserve, and 9 victories in a row at Tormore. The challenge that's going to present itself for them in 2 weekends' time, though, playing out at Pinks Reserve, because it'll be the first time in donkey's years, or first time any of these players would have played out there at Pinks, and I think they'll be up for the challenge. I think they've done exceptionally well to get themselves into this position. I'm excited about it.
Yeah, it was a good victory for Mitcham yesterday. Started the game really well, got out to a lead once again. And look, North Ringwood came back into the game, but Mitcham just showed why they're such a great side, and they were able to, once again hold on. And they're going to have opportunity for another grand final and a chance to get back to Premier.
And finally, yesterday we were out at Ringwood for the qualifying final. Yeah. Roval 13-13-91 defeated Vermont 9-7-61. Vermont were plucky for a half, but the professionalism in the second half of Roval really came to the fore, and they systematically worked Vermont over in that second half to win by 30 points.
And I think that'll hold them in good stead this coming weekend, or when they play East Ringwood next up, Rash. But as the reserves is just about done, or the finish, South Belgrave are through to a preliminary or first semi-final against East Ringwood next weekend as well.
Yeah, 9-4-58 to Blackburn, 7-6-48. Well, gentlemen, thank you very much.
I just wanted to say, and I've got to go. It was just overwhelming from Roval yesterday. They were terrific in the second half, and they thoroughly deserved their win. Yep.
Well, gentlemen, thank you very much for giving up your time and joining me for pre-match this afternoon. And look, we managed to get all through it. Unfortunately, we didn't get Anthony Fagan on, but nonetheless, the game is coming up, and we're going to assemble the call team right after the break. It's Elimination Final day here down at Edwin Flack in Berwick. Coming to you live on Radio Eastern 98.1 and streaming all around the world on Facebook and YouTube.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Edwin Flack Reserve, the Premier Division Elimination Final for season 2026. And it is Doncaster East taking on Blackburn in the Premier Division Elimination Final. Massive game ahead. I'm Ryan Long, media manager with the EFNL, joined by Ben Warren-Smith, Wayne Brasher and Josh Ward. BWS, to start with you, I'm sure you're very excited to be out here today. What a setup for us here at Edwin Flack. Have been treated so well, and I think this is one of the great calling spots we've had.
Oh, it's unbelievable. Good afternoon to you, Ryan, and good afternoon to all the EFNL fans out there. Got to love this time of year. It's absolutely special, and it's been a long time since I've come out to Berwick, actually. I came out here for the very first game that they played when they came into the league.
We were outside there, BWS.
A number of years ago, and today, we're perched up in the best spot that you could actually ask for. Windows are open, the sun is out, the ground looks in fantastic condition, and two really exciting teams we're going to watch today. I absolutely can't wait.
Absolutely. Really looking forward to this. Wayne Brasher hosting the pre-game today, talking about a lot of things across the division, obviously yesterday's results, but then touching on this game when we did hear from Ryan James. And very excited. This is the first time we've seen Doncaster East this year, so a lot to learn, obviously, today as they go into a do-or-die final.
I think so, and the fact is, I mean, look, I didn't actually shy away from asking Ryan about the reasons why that there was inconsistencies in his team selection, and I sort of understand and get it why it happens, but sometimes it doesn't make it that easy. But nonetheless, Doncaster East have had a very, very good season, and it was really only the last 5 minutes of the home and away season where they actually lost their double chance. But look, for the majority of the season, their consistency is why they're being rewarded with a finals position today.
Yeah, absolutely. Josh Ward, great to have you back in here in the special comments chair today, next alongside Brash. We've obviously seen Blackburn quite a few times themselves, and every time we seem to line up well. We get them in a final, and they've had some big results. They've had some other results that have gone the other way, but it looks like this year they might have just timed their run right. I know it's going to be very tough to go all the way from a 4th or 5th position, but they're in a very good spot at the moment, in some great form coming into this one.
They're certainly capable with a really strong side on the park. I can only think of a couple of players they're missing. I still don't see a guy like Tom Maher or Riley Winter, so their defence is still a little bit vulnerable, and Xavier O'Neill could potentially come into the lineup if Essendon VFL were to not play finals this season or miss out or get eliminated from VFL finals. But it's exciting to see them in action, and Doncaster East too, Ryan.
Absolutely. First, let's go down to the boundary. We have our two boundary riders down there, Jared Beanland, James Gagnon. Boys, it looks perfect out there today.
Yes, man, absolutely phenomenal conditions here at Berwick. Blackburn will be kicking to the gate end of our ground today.
Guys, not a breath of wind out here just at the moment. I'll let you know if it picks up at all. But yeah, completely agree with James. Absolutely wonderful conditions for footy here today at Berwick. If you want our tips, I'm going to go with Blackburn by 3 goals.
James, your tip today?
I think he's having a couple.
I'm going to go with the Lions by 8 points today. I reckon they're just going to be a little bit too strong for the Burners.
There we go. Love a bit of variety. BWS, what's your thoughts on this one?
It's going to be a really tough game, to be honest. I think it'll be quite high scoring. We saw these sides pile on the goals earlier, not too long ago, actually, out of Blackburn. That was a shooter's game. I think it's going to be the same today. Be wrong of me not to tip my boys Doncaster East today. 2-goal victory to the Lions.
I like it, Wayne Brashup.
Yeah, look, I'm sticking with Doncaster East. I think they thoroughly deserve my tip today based on their consistency throughout the season. I've got them winning by about 18 points, Ryan.
Josh?
Blackburn, I'll say by 10 points.
I'm going to back in Blackburn as well. Not by much. I'm actually going to go same margin, 10 points, and I think BWS right. I think there might be a lot of goals kicked out here at Edwin Flack Reserve, the first ever senior final played here for the Eastern Football Netball League, and we're all set to go for the Premier Division Elimination Final. Ben Warren-Smith.
Waddell will go up against Harry. The umpire throws the ball aloft. First knock down to Harry that time. It was a good, strong tackle out there by O'Brien. Ball hits the deck. We'll have a quick ball up right on the cricket pitch out here at Edwin Flack. Decent crowd inside today. Harry worked himself to the front spot, but Waddell came over the back. Clearing kick by Blackburn up in towards the half-forward line. Getting underneath and taking a strong mark there was Martin. The umpire hasn't paid it. It must have been touched off the boot, which he's just signalled now. So a little bit stiff there for Sammy Martin, who's had a ripper season. Umpire throws it up now. Little flick over the back from Waddell. Came out towards Brown. Nice little handball out there from Gasparini. Had the run there of Owens, who got dispossessed of the football. Quick steal by Blackburn. Goes inside forward 50 now. It's an up and under kick, but getting back and taking a very safe mark down there. It was the man in Dooman who chips it out wide. Stretching out there was Scarta Maglia. So Scarta looking for some options short. Might go for the switch here. Goes back to Dooman. It's the general. So right back pocket here for Doncaster East. Ball's lingering in the Blackburn forward half so far in the early minutes of this elimination final, and a thumping kick goes in towards the middle of the ground. Owens was the flyer, spinning around there was O'Brien, got dispossessed of the football. Now the Blooners have got the run. Through the middle of Edwin Flack they go, dispossessed once again. It's a hot footy. Here's Papadopoulos, flicks it over the top. They've linked up. Owens darted around on the right boot. He'll kick it in towards the forward pocket. It was a floating kick out there. Scala had to run onto it. He had support there in Shaki, who came from nowhere, and over the boundary line she goes for a boundary throw-in.
And that's the style of play Doncaster East like to play. They just like to take the game on, particularly from defence. I found it quite interesting. They were looking to search for the switch, but then they were able to turn it on, and it's quite crucial that some of their smaller players are able to get those ground ball gets.
Looked good early. Here's Shaki right out of the ruck. It's going to come straight back across the line, and we'll do it all again. Another boundary throw-in on the far side of the ground here at Edwin Flack, Josh.
And it looked like Aaron Curran was trailing Josh Shaki, which will be that'll be quite a fascinating job for Aaron Curran to deal with.
Certainly is. Shaki against Harry in the ruck this time. Tapped towards the boundary line. Tackled across there. Scarta Maglia by Hicks.
I think the one thing for Curran is just not to give him even an inch. Just stay on behind him or either shoulder to shoulder with him, because if he gives him an inch, then Josh Shaki's more often than not going to create an opportunity in front of us.
It's not about possessions. It's about just playing pure defence for him.
So tapped away. It's going to come straight back inside forward 50 here for the Lions. No mark taken. Came off the chest there of Hoskin. They link up with the kick towards goal. How's the bounce? Not going to quite get there. Minor score, first of the day in this final. One behind Doncaster East. Blackburn yet to score on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So it'll be Riley Stoddart to bring the ball back into play for Blackburn. Always great to see the Red Jackets out in force come finals time. A big Blackburn contingent, and they always follow their side. But the Donny East clan have come to watch their boys as well today as the kick goes out towards the half-back line. Falling over was Oglethorpe at the crucial stage. Handball out, here's Quainer. Goes inside forward 50 now. Series of handballs out wide. Hoskin, a little chip kick towards Shaki. Couldn't quite trap it. He probably should have gone for goal in the end, but it's nicely mopped up by Felicides. Across the face of goal he goes, and now Hicks takes the mark. And now the Burners can create the switch out towards the wing position. Nice stretch there from Wooler. 49 goals so far this year. He'll be looking to add to that this afternoon as he'll chip it over the top. He had the run there of Benny Worm, who's had a ripping season himself. Thumps the ball up towards the half-forward line now. Went through all players' hands at the back there. Kept alive by Carmody. Opening momentarily. Poland traps him, and over the boundary line it goes. Right underneath the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, which shows Doncaster East leading by 1 point as we cross the 4-minute mark.
And Carmody's going to have to be really watched by Doncaster East. 39 goals this season from from his output. He's going to be a really, really hard matchup.
Harry got the tap down. It was straight down to Carmody, who was wrapped up in the tackle, holding the ball. Free kick going the way of the Lions here on the half-back line. So Martin passed it off. Poland, the short option, tucked away here on the boundary line. Looks to go a little bit more inbound. Doesn't quite hit the target of his intended teammate there in O'Brien, but did enough to control it and pass it off as they look to go down the line. And a mark has been paid here to Owens. Goes inbound, finds Gown. And looks to switch this now towards us. It's Rankin here at centre half back. Has Dooman back, potential option. Decides to go forward, finds a player all by himself, that time in Gown, as he now switches it towards the far side. They've moved this nicely without losing possession of the ball. Gasparini, short option, finds another target in Owens. Owens, handball over the top. As they look to go inside 50 once more. The kick was smothered across the line. We'll get another boundary throw in. Kate Ainsworth, been great to get him back in recent weeks.
Josh, the game actually looks like at the moment that Doncaster East are playing keepings off, isn't it?
Which is quite surprising given how much they like a contested brand of footy. But Brian James did mention in the pre-game that if they're able to get the game on their terms, then we'll be able to notice that.
Waddell did well in the ruck, but it was Stoddart who got the handball off to Lawler, who sends a long kick down in the Jackson Carmody direction. It's picked off by the Lions as they link up again. Scartamaglia involved in quite a bit here. Run down in the tackle that time, holding the ball, free kick, going the way of the Burners. And they'll look to make the most out of this straight away, moving this along. Finds Hicks. Hicks kick towards the half-forward line to Wooler. Inside 50, working forward there was Carmody. It's a long way out from home. See what he does here. Looking for an option to present itself, and he finds one and hits the target. It's Hicks who comes in to takes the mark and will go back for Blackburn's first goal in the elimination final.
As we mentioned in pre-match, Jots, Billy Hicks has taken his game to another level this year. He's had a fantastic year. You know, he's played 18 matches. He's averaging 23 disposals a game off that half-forward line. He's kicked 18 goals, I should say.
And a really smart option from Jackson Carmody. The only two players in the goal square were two of their smaller players as well. So to look for someone short in a better position and closer to goal is really good heads-up play.
Worked it nicely. Here comes Hicks for the first goal of the final. And he's missed, so just a minor score. It's one behind apiece. Almost 7 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
One matchup I have noticed early on as well, Luke Quaynor going up against Kai Stewart. Those are two exciting young prospects going head-to-head there.
So Dooman, from the last line of defence, plays onto himself. Kicked it out towards the Shaki direction, who's come a long way from goals at the back of the pack. They've got the numbers to burn. A snap around the body there by Bajaya. Inside forward 50, he goes now. A big fly coming through for support. There was Stoddart. Pot shot towards the goals, and it puts it through. Fantastic bit of front and centre play there. First goal on the board to Riley Stoddart of the Blackburn Football Club. And at the 7.5-minute mark of this first term in the Premier Division Elimination Final, it's the Burners by a goal.
And that's pretty poor from Doncaster East there. They gave Riley Stoddart so much space and so much time to really execute and slot the goal, which was a pretty decent effort in the end as we go down boundary side.
Thanks, Josh. Got a couple of matchups for you today. Down in Blackburn's forward line, Carmody, he's being trailed by Sam Martin. Taylor Duman's gone to Wood, and Rankin is playing on Toby Wooler. Up in the Doncaster East forward line, the big matchup, of course, is Shaki. Curran and Hinkley seem to be sharing the duties, and then you've got Philip Tides on Joel Papadopoulos.
Thanks, Jared, as the Lions trying to link up that time through Papadopoulos. Slip through their hands, handball forward as they move this through O'Brien. Ball's going to come back out to Hicks, who's been involved in quite a bit early. Finds Lawler, centre wing, who sends it forward. Rankin reads it well, and he's off and racing already, moving this along nicely. They see something on the far side. Unable to control this one. Lawler comes in, makes possession with the footy. Over that was Walsh. Tap forward there by Duncan. Goes back to O'Brien. Handball's back again to Dooman. The skipper working his way through trouble. Works out okay. Wasn't pretty, but it was enough to stone him as they make their way down the field on the far side of the ground here at Edwin Flack. Again, maintaining possession of the football. O'Brien. Send this one long towards the half-forward line. Shaki was around this one. He might end up with it if he can pick it up cleanly. Tries to get the hands off. Coming in from the side there was Winter. Umpire lets this play on as Blackburn now held up here. We'll get a ball up as we go down to the boundary.
One more quick matchup that we just got a taste of there was Tim O'Brien. He's got Riley Winter on him.
Thanks very much, Jared. Ball in the middle now. Hicks takes the mark. He's been lively early for Blackburn. They'll use the corridor here. Just poked it up, but it's going to sit nicely for Answorth. Slows it down just a fraction. Once again, straight as an arrow. Got it away. Bajaya got the running handball. Nicely done there by Stoddart, who poked it inside forward 50. Perfect kick it was too. And Paddy Lawler takes the mark. He'll kick from 45 metres out directly in front.
I think after the last couple of minutes, if I'm Ryan James, I'm putting someone on Riley Stoddart. He's just running rampant across the fence in that midfield area.
Quick score from Park Orchards. Park Orchards 1-1-7, leading Montrose yet to score.
So Patrick Lawler, one of the favourite sons of the Blackburn Football Club. He'll come in and kick from 45 metres out directly in front. It's a beautiful kick off the boot, but he pushed it right. So a let off there for Doncaster East, and they increase their lead by 1 point to the Blackburn Football Club. 10.5 gone in this elimination final, and they lead 1-2-8 to 1 behind as Dooman once again plays on and kicked it every bit of 70 metres out the back. Walsh might sit up for him, had to shrug away the tackle, just got the handball away in the nick of time. Gown was there, but he was crunched and brought to ground, and we'll have a ball up true centre wing position.
So almost 11 minutes played in this first term. It's 1-2-8 Blackburn, 1 behind Doncaster East. Elimination final as Hoskin moves this forward for the Lions. Finds his target in Walsh. Hand passes it off. Running past is Papadopoulos. He sends a long kick inside 50. If it gets out the back, it's a 3-on-2 here in favour of Blackburn. Handball over the top there from Higgins. Blackburn with all the numbers, and Curran's going to be able to get this one out of trouble. Finds his target. Hits up Hinkley in the back pocket for Blackburn.
They did that well, Blackburn, because Golwins was right out the back there.
So moving this along to Bajaya.
Seem to be playing with a little bit more composure with the ball when they have it, Blackburn, at this particular stage.
Bajaya, almost a mark taken by Brown. The Lions might be able to get something on the other side. As Gasparini is wrapped up, and we'll get a boundary throw in.
We saw this yesterday with Roval Vermont. Roval were able to play a bit more controlled, and whereas Vermont wanted that chaos style of footy. And on big grounds like this, I'm not too sure how much it'll hold them in good stead.
So the boundary throw in here. On the far side of the ground, straight out of the ruck, trying to get this away. That time was Winter. The Lions with Hoskin bursting through a tackle, got his hands off in time. And we might just go down to the boundary.
Just to notice with Donny East how they're trying to play keepings off of Blackburn. The second they turn it over, Blackburn just seem to be moving it very methodically, very direct. If they can't stop that, then this is just going to be very easy for the Burners.
So, still just the 7 points in it, and the 1 goal kick. And this is going the way of the Lions.
And that's the style of play they like to play, Blackburn. That methodical, slow build up there. The number 2 marking side in the Premier Division, behind only Roval, and are one of the top disposal getters as well.
Quick score from Division 2. First semi-final, Waverley Blues 2-3-15, leading Mulgrave 1-1-7, 16 minutes of the first quarter.
A lot of talk there between the umpires to confirm that it will be a Doncaster East free kick.
I wonder if the Donny East boys over there played a bit of a role as well.
Yeah, they were very vocal as this one goes inside 50. Shaki had 2 to beat, spoiled away that time by Higgins, and across the line it goes.
It's a nice spot they've parked there, actually.
They've got a very good setup on that far side.
Right in front of a bar as well.
Let's go down the boundary quickly with James.
Just a bit of an insight issue. Mac Hoskins come up with, seems to be a bit of a leg injury. He's come off limping.
We'll keep an eye on that one as the ball back into play. Shaki, smart little tap forward. They've got some numbers here. Spinning around on the right boot forward towards goal. Might just be able to spoil this across the line. Still not out of trouble yet. Did he throw that?
He threw that.
And he's been paid. Good call there by the umpire. Was desperate to get that across the line. It was certainly a throw. But the umpires will certainly
you can't do that. No, you can't do that.
So O'Brien,
nice try.
O'Brien currently with the ball ready to take his set shot as the goal umpire and the field umpire just discussed that. It's a touch behind. That's a little unlucky, I reckon. Might have to have a look at that again. But two behinds now for Doncaster East. 1-2-8 Blackburn.
Well, you need to get them right in the finals. There's no doubt about that as the kick goes out towards a Wooler direction, who took a strong mark just inside the paint. Wing position here, grandstand side of Edwin Flack. He's going to flick the ball laterally back in. The mark's taken by Hubber. So across the half back line, Blackburn, but Jaya out in front takes the mark. Forward at about 20 metres or so. Screaming for it was Mackenzie Dorian. That's ignored. And then just a poke forward. Just a bit of patience there paid off as Stewart took the mark and he squeezed the ball back into Salmon now. On the right boot, he's going to go for the switch. It's a risky kick too because it's a 3-on-1 situation. The Lions have the numbers. Oglethorpe had the speed though and he won the football, got the handball back. That was okay. Wins it again. Inside forward 50 or thereabouts. A short pass was on and Epple takes it. He's 2 kicks from home. 55 metres out here for Blackburn. Going to send the ball right to the hot spot, to the top of the goal square. Who's going to be the fly? Hicks over the back and then rushed through eventually by Kai Owens, who got a timely knee on the ball. And a rush behind is the result. And on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, as we cross the halfway mark of this first term in the Premier Division Elimination Final, it is Doncaster East trailing by 7 points.
So 2-9 as the long kick out of play. Finds Shacky, good hands here at the half-back line. He'll just send it down the line again in the direction of Owens, who's chasing this one. He's got Ainsworth to beat, who just taps it across the line.
Don't mind what Josh Shacky's doing, working his way up and trying to get his hands on the footy early. I guess that just shows the experience of that he's obviously gained a lot of experience at the AFL level.
17 minutes into the first quarter in the Division 4 preliminary final. Bulleen Templestowe 2-1-13 leading Chirnside Park yet to score.
Straight out of the ruck there was Dell. Now Owens got the hands off. Back they go again. Scale up. Got it off again to Owens. A long kick towards goal. The bounce is no good. Just through for a minor score again. That's 3 behind to Doncaster East. 1-3-9 to Blackburn. 16 minutes gone first term. Let's cross down to the boundary.
Just an update on the interchange again. Matt Hoxton looks to be all good. He's come back on now.
Thanks, James.
And he's quite crucial to their setup as well, Matt Hoskin, as that one who can go through midfield but also take secondary ruck duties.
Good work, boys. Elliott went short to Hubber. No one on the man on the mark, and then did a little bit of fancy footwork to just get the ball out to centre half back where the mark's taken by Phyllis Heides. Looked inboard, then outboard, and elected to go wide. The mark's taken by Will Oglethorpe. They're really happy to just chip the ball around at the moment, Blackburn, aren't they? So, but Jaya, who's had a lot of the football early, might have to change from the long sleeves to the short sleeves here, man. He's running around at the moment as he thumps the ball up towards the half-forward line. A little push out that time. The umpire saw that one. Jay Rankin in the front spot. Well done. We'll go back to Dooman, you would expect. He'll look for a switch here. Wasn't becoming, so elects to go down the wing. And the big fly that time by Scarta Maglia couldn't quite trap the football. They've kept the ball alive, though, the Burners. Here's Wooler on the right boot, inside forward 50. Hugged the boundary line there. Wood, can he keep it alive? And the umpire's going to pay a free kick here.
Yeah, it was around the neck there.
Yeah.
So Wood, most difficult spot to kick a goal for out of this ground, but he goes back to Bajaya, who's now across the half-forward line, and then just chips it over the top, as easy as you like, really, in the end. And Jacob Epple takes the mark and will kick from 45 out, or just beyond that, directly in front.
I reckon that was a bit of poor marking there by Doncaster East, Josh. They allowed the Blackburn forward 50 too much latitude there.
That entire play in general, like in their defence, they just didn't allow. They allowed them to literally just chip it around when you want to provide the pressure in that area.
Epple, it was a helicopter punt, and it went wide, and it went too wide. And one behind once again, so they've been peppering the goals, although Doncaster East have kicked 3 as well, but you feel that Blackburn have had a few chances that have gone missing here.
I feel like most of their chances have come from pretty far out, though, at the moment.
Waynor goes wide. Duncan takes the mark just inside the defensive arc for Doncaster East. Use the grandstand wing. He'll put it up now. He'll want the fly of Stoneham over the back, who just waited for Harry to take the mark in the end. He probably would have needed to put a bit more pressure on there. And the big ruckman, Lockie Harry, takes it now. Kicks the ball back from where it came, but it's all Doncaster East standing underneath it, and a solid mark taken by that's Duncan again, who switches it backwards. It's a risky kick. Rankin's in there. He's got to go up against Mackenzie Dorian. Tried the back heel, and he got a bit on it. But
oh, my God.
breathing a sigh of relief was Rankin, and it will be another behind on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 1-5-11 to 3 behinds. We've crossed the 19-minute mark.
Geez, that would be a Tobin Brothers goal a day contender. That had gone through.
Unfortunately, his application for the World Cup would have been too late, though, for Mackenzie Dorian if he got that through.
So they're just finding a little bit of trouble here getting it out of their back half. Gasparini gets it off to Dooman into a bit of trouble. Dorian runs him down. He's going to want to move this on quickly, and instead just holds things up till he sees something ahead. Been lively again as he sends a long kick towards the top of the goal square. Spoiled away. Carmody in a bit of trouble here. Got his hands off just in time. Quick shot on goal. It was just a minor score. So they move to 1-6-12. 3 behind Doncaster East. As Ben just said, they've had some opportunities in this first quarter. 7 scoring shots. Just the 1 goal to come from it. We're almost 20 minutes into this first quarter.
They need to get their hands more into this guy's hands as well, Will Gown, who looks like he's setting up well and is willing to take the game on for Doncaster East.
He's going to go the short option to Quainer. Overdid the kick. Now Hicks is there. He's been good early. He's able to get his hands off. Oh, here's Wood from the boundary line. Puts it to a good spot. That's a great kick. And Toby Wooler points straight to Wood and says, thank you very much.
What a kick that was.
Yeah, it was picture perfect.
That is class personified right there.
And what a kick there from Wood to be able to hit up Toby Wooler, who now has his chance for his first of the day.
Obviously enjoys a 35-metre run in.
He has gone a long way back. He's now outside the forward 50 arc. And he took the mark out about 20 metres on a slight angle. The Chandler medalist last year. Toby Wooler comes in. Blackburn need this after missing some opportunities. He's kicked this. That's a great finish. And they're 2-6. 18 to Doncaster East, 3 behinds. 21 minutes gone first term.
I reckon they need another goal, Brash, because they've had most of the territory, as we've discussed, particularly in the last 5 or so minutes, and that's coming down to Doncaster East and their poor errors of judgment, maybe a little bit of perceived pressure, but I just think they need one more if they are to head into quarter time happy.
Yeah, they will, and I mean, look, Josh, you're not going to be able to... you'll never be able to stop a pass that Wood delivered there. It doesn't matter who you are. You know, that was like I said, that was a perfect kick at the right time.
That's a forward stream right there.
Exactly.
So ball back in the middle now. Harry had a height advantage over there of Hoskin, but the fall of ball. Owens was in there, copped one over the shoulder. Umpire said play on. But a non-officiating umpire has called it from the forward 50. So the right decision made there. Owens. The run of Quaynor, who was there. He was under a bit of pressure, but darted around nicely. Now on the left boot, sends the ball inside forward 50. In front there was Duncan. It was knocked away from him over the boundary line and out of bounds. Left forward pocket here for the Doncaster East Football Club. About 40 metres out from goal. Currently trailing by 15 points. It was a shallow throw-in, so Harry had it easy that time. It scooped out towards Owens, tried to get the handball away, eventually did. They've kept the ball alive. O'Brien got it back to Owens. Can he get boot to ball? Pulled off it, holding the football. Great back pressure there from Hubber to win the football, holding the ball there.
Their pressure's been elite so far this contest.
So on the right boot now, he'll kick the ball out of that danger zone. Sends it across to the half-back line there. Harry had to do the roving, got the quick handball away. That was super to Stoddart, who darted away through the middle of the ground. Now he looked like he had an eternity. Kicked it up towards the half-forward line. Putting his body on the line was Scarta Maglia for Doncaster East. The ball scoots out, though. The Burners still have the numbers. Here's Bajaya, who's had about 10 or so touches. Got the handball away. Stoddart goes inside forward 50. It's about 20 metres out from goal. They seem to have the numbers, Doncaster East. Can they raffle it? Martin almost threw that away. The umpire said it was okay. He was looking right front on, so he'll ball it up about 25 metres out directly in front of the Blackburn goals.
Very nervous moment there for Martin.
Certainly was, Brash, as it comes down to ground level now. Kick out of midair. Will bounce and bounce. Will it stay alive now? The Lions will get the chance to get it out of that danger zone, and it might be a downfield free kick as Shaki came out to take the mark, but he'll win the football across the half-back line.
So there goes Shaki, finds a short option in Gasparini. Under a lot of pressure now, and they go right back to the goal square to Taylor Dooman, the skipper now. with plenty of space. He switches it to the far side of the ground here. Edwin Flack. It's going to be a turnover. Intercept mark here from Blackburn, and they've got some options up forward. Brown was screaming for it. Instead goes wide. Can't quite get to Bajaya as it crosses the line. 24 minutes gone. First term, 2-6 to 3 behinds. The Lions under a lot of pressure at the moment.
That forward half turnover game is starting to come to the fore for Blackburn now.
Been super key today in the opening stages of this quarter. There's the ball back into play. Harry was there, the handball forward. They try and link up. Smart little tap there from Epple. Try to get it to Stoddard. Owens with a bit of class and a bit of speed. Clearing kick out of defence. Shaki couldn't take the mark, but he got it in front to a teammate running past. And now Scala cut off here by Dorian. Has an option. The handball back to. Under a bit of trouble, but uses it okay. Important one to be contest here. One by Wooler. Passes off the Carmody. Running pass. Couldn't quite collect it. Goes back to Wooler. Bit of time and space. Puts this one inside 50. Great kick. Finds Harry. Passes it off straight away. Off to Brown towards goal for the third of the day. Brilliant transition. And Blackburn 3-6-24 now. Doncaster East 3 behind.
That was really good work. That was really good work by Wooler there. He pushed up the ground and created that opportunity there, and actually threw the Doncaster East back line out.
And very smart heads-up play from Lachlan Harry. Saw the running man in Kynan Brown, who put together a beautiful left-foot kick as well. And that he's certainly a talented footballer. Of course, this time last year was on an AFL list with Melbourne, and it's going to be crucial for Blackburn today, and if they are to go any further alongside a guy like Nathan Phylactides and some of their other key players.
25 minutes gone here in the first term. Harry got the knockdown straight down the throat of his teammate there in Stoddard. Forward they go again, the Burners. Can they snag another one on the eve of quarter time? Barging his way through was Wooler. Dropped the football, holding the ball.
They're taking away Doncaster's strength at the moment, and that's the contested brand, their midfield style of play.
Dooman, who's working overload at the moment. 9 scoring shots to 3 in this first term. They're really struggling to get some system across that half forward line, and going inside forward 50 as O'Brien switches it out wide.
At the moment, they just seem to be conceding territory, Doncaster East, rather than gaining it.
So the Lions now down the wing. Big fly over the back. It spills out. It'll stay alive only momentarily and eventually trickles over the boundary line and out of bounds.
I think they need to swap Tim O'Brien and Josh Shaki. I think Shaki's now gotten his hands on the foot. He got a little bit of confidence. Now's the opportunity to give O'Brien that opportunity to push up the ground, create an opportunity and gain some territory for Doncaster East.
Pye throws it in. Hoskin will go up against Harry again. Fresh air shot by everybody. Quick kick out there by Answorth up towards the half-forward line. Clean bowled everybody. Dooman will be the first player to meet it. Right on his hammer out there is Wood, and the ball will stay alive, will it? Umpire comes in and will throw this one up just inside the paint, about 60 metres out from the Blackburn goal line. 27 tick over now. There can't be too much longer left, you would think, in this first term of the fall. The ball, O'Brien did well to get away and almost got brought to ground. Got the quick handball off. And Scala was wrapped up and pushed over the line. So another boundary throw in. 21-point lead. Looks like for a second there, it looked like Harry was going up unattended, but Stoneham eventually made his way. Oh no, Hoskins is in there as well. Came out now, ground level. Tried to flick it out there was Brown. Did he cop one high for his troubles? The umpire said he did. So we'll swing around, wasting no time on the left boot. Goes inside forward 50, almost ripping one in there was Carmody. It spills out now. Quayner's in there to lay a strong tackle. That was good defensive play, and we'll have a ball up, but it is inching closer. They're putting the forward pressure on here, Blackburn. There's absolutely no doubt about that. Had most of the play here in this first term. A clearing kick out there by Poland. It just needs to get a little bit of luck and a little bit of turn, but the handball out came towards Hinkley. They'll use the middle of the ground now. The switch is on if they want it. Blackburn up towards the half-forward line. but doing really well there was Scarta Maglia. Got the quick handball back, and now a chance for the Lions. It'll be their last one for the term. Up towards the Shaki direction, used his body really well. He's got Worm right on his hammer. The Lions did have the numbers, though. Shaki got the handball away. They've linked up Duncan, got it away to Papadopoulos, who squeezed it up towards the top of the goal square. It was a ripping kick and a free kick being paid to the Lions. It'll go against Winter, who is absolutely filthy about it, as the siren sounds to announce quarter time out here at Edwin Flack.
And not only is this an opportunity for Doncaster East to enter quarter time with something, but for Tim O'Brien to enter the first break with a little bit of confidence up behind his belt.
Well, they need it, don't they?
He's got a very heavily strapped knee, O'Brien, hasn't he?
Wasn't named in the side on Friday, but he came in after a training session yesterday morning for Doncaster East. O'Brien, he kicks it straight over the goal umpire's head, and they'll get him around him for that. A little bit of confidence going into quarter time out here, but it's Blackburn had all the running there in that first term, and at quarter time they lead this one 3-6-24 to 1-3-9. It's single goal kickers right across the board. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast on 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe today, including Italy, where the president of Doncaster East, David Sousby, and the First Lady, Lynn, are watching. Good afternoon to them. We'll be back with the second term and the rest of the game right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds, even in winter, absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome back to Edwin Flack Reserve. The Premier Division Elimination Final between the Lions and the Burners at the moment, quarter time. Blackburn lead 3-6-24 to 1-3-9 Doncaster East. I'm Ryan Long. Ben Warren-Smith, Wayne Brash and Josh Ward here up at Edwin Flack Reserve. Talk about the game, Brash. We'll go through some scores as well in just a moment. But Brash and Josh, what were your thoughts in that term where Blackburn certainly dominated that, didn't probably capitalise as much as they would have liked?
9 scoring shots to 4, and it looked like Josh, that I just thought that Blackburn used the ball a little bit more better. They seemed to run the numbers out of that back line very well and were able to find a little bit of space. And most of the time they did very well was they kept pushing Doncaster East further back into their back 50 and actually taking negative ground for them.
And I was just going to say that forward half pressure game has been really, really prominent. And we discussed that in the pre-game as well alongside Spider, that if that came to the fore, then it would hold Blackburn in good stead and could get them over the line. But I think if they keep this up, particularly in the second quarter, I don't expect it to continue to happen, but if it does continue to happen, then it could blow the margin beyond proportion. I think that great goal from Tim O'Brien, as I said, it's good for him to get the confidence, and also for Doncaster East to enter quarter time with something, because that build-up was also some of the better play they had in the game so far.
This isn't the only game happening on the moment. Thrash has got some scores around the grounds in the senior final, starting with the Division 1 final out at Pinks Reserve.
Yeah, at the moment, quarter time score was, we're just hitting into the second quarter. Park Orchards 3-5-23 leading Montrose 1-1-7. So that was that's in Division 1. In Division 2, we have Waverley Blues. Let's go boundary side.
Yeah, thanks. Just a quick one before James grabs Ryan James. Anthony Fagan was pretty happy with their first quarter. A lot of pressure around the ball. They just want fewer uncontested marks inside forward 50 and a little bit more handball receive and overlap and deeper entries from that.
Let's go to Division 2. Waverley Blues early in the second quarter now lead by 8 points, 3-5-23 to Mulgrave 2-3-15. Boundary side.
You boys. So
yes.
Ryan,
We've got you now, James.
We were looking for in that first quarter. How do you reckon we're going to turn this around for the Lions?
We've just got to slow them down a little bit. I thought their game is to kick mark, and we kind of gave it to them on a platter and just tidy up our ball use forward half. Just need to slow the game down a bit.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Can we touch on Josh Shackey? So obviously he's been a bit quiet. Obviously haven't got much in the forward 50 at all in that first quarter. What's his influence going to be for this next quarter?
We just got to give him a chance. Like one-on-one, they don't have anyone that can really go with him, but we're allowing it to go 2v1, 3v1, and we just need to give our forwards a bit more of a chance and a look earlier.
That's fair enough, mate. That last goal is going to be bloody crucial for you boys, so good luck for the rest of the game.
Thanks there to James down at ground level with Ryan James.
And finally, Ryan, 5 minutes into the second quarter in the 4th Division preliminary final at East Ringwood sees Bulleen Templestowe 2-5-17 leading Churnside 1 goal, 6 points.
Oh, Bullets in their first ever final series.
Jeez. Wouldn't that be something?
One win away from a grand final spot next week here at Edwin Flack Reserve. This is an elimination final, so the loser is out. The winner will play Vermont next week. As we're ready to go second quarter, Ben Warren-Smith.
So it'll be Waddell up against Harry, got the knockdown straight down the throat there of Owens. The big ruckman will have to go after it again. Harry got the quick handball away. They've linked up well. Salmon on the right boot. Blackburn driving the ball inside forward. 50 it goes. An arm wrestle in shoes there. Handball by Martin. Couldn't be released. He was brought to ground in a strong tackle, and we'll have the ball up about 30 metres out from Blackburn's goal. So the quick centre clearance for the Burners. Pye throws it up again. Waddell knocked it to the favour there of Blackburn, but Lions did have the numbers, but there was a lot of players around this one. Sammy Martin quickly wrapped up and we'll do it again.
Have to be wary of the run from behind Doncaster East, particularly in that centre clearance before.
Winning the knockout that time there was Wooler into the path of Brown. Could he trap it? Little handball, nicely done. Gasparini got it away. Now here's a go for Scartamaglia on the right boot. Drives it out towards the wing position. Out in front there was Philatides. He couldn't keep the ball alive. Got a nice little friendly shove over. And we will have a boundary throw in. True centre wing position, far side of Edwin Flack Reserve. Get on down here today if you're in the area. Get in after half time, you'll make it for free. But get yourself a bargain. But great viewing points and a fantastic grandstand as well. Here is a shallow throw in. Waddell had to go after it a second time, got the handball away. O'Brien's in there as well, brought Brigade to ground, but they've worked it out here. Gasparini, the Lions, up towards the half-forward line, winning the football back. They'll go inside forward 50 through O'Brien. Shot passes onto Shackey. He's been waiting for that for 30 minutes, the big man, and he'll go back and have a ping from 45 metres out.
Most probably their best play of the day there so far from Doncaster. He's moved the ball very nicely, got some good run there.
And Curran giving Josh Shaki just that little too much space there to hit him on the lead.
So Shaki has kicked 86 goals for the season. Comes in now. Drives the ball long and he pushed it to the right-hand side. It was never going straight and through for a minor score. Not the start that they were after, but at least they've got on the scoreboard. 1-4-10 to 3-6-24. Let's cross down boundary side.
Yes, boys, just letting you know the wind's picking up towards the broadcast side now. Just starting to pick up a little bit.
Thanks, James, as Blackburn will take the kick in. They have a 14-point lead, 2.5 minutes into this second term. A long kick and almost a big mark by Owens. Out the back here, big pressure and good tackle from Kai Owens. Followed it up with some good work as we'll get a ball up right in front of us. Here on the broadcast side of the ground. Even contest there in the ruck. Hands away from Brown. Now off to Hicks. Had plenty of the ball. It's an interesting kick off the left boot. Spalled away. And now an opportunity for the Lions to go long inside forward 50. Was in the Shaki direction, but the kick wasn't great. Didn't give him much of an option as Curran was able to take the mark. Read it well. Got off to Hinkley. Hinkley now off to Lawler. Lawler links up centre wing to Wooler. Moving a fair way up the ground today. He kicks forward, and that's a poor one. That's out of bounds on the full. Couldn't quite get that to Bajaya.
Just starting to lift their pressure a little bit in that to start this second quarter so far, Doncaster East.
They have a bit as they'll get the kick here on the far side of the ground. Pollen goes to Quaynor. Taking his time. Here's he looks to take the game on through the middle. That's a good kick. Finds Waddell in the corridor. Now switches it towards us on the broadcast side to Martin. Martin's kick forward's a shocker. It's a turnover. And now Worm went the don't argue. Sends it forward with the handball. Not a great option in the end. Just getting his kick away in time was Gowan, but it's turned over. Now inside 50 from the Burners. That was Brown in front of his teammate there in Kai Stewart. A kick towards goal. It is out of bounds on the full. Never looking like it. So no score. Still 3-6-24 Blackburn, 1-4-10 Doncaster East. 4 minutes into this second term.
Don't know if people picked up on the screen. I think Jackson Carmody was just a little bit disappointed with Kynan Brown after not electing to kick to him.
I was really impressed with Will Oglethorpe's second effort there for Blackburn just to win the football back for the Burners and create all that open space forward. But they'll be disappointed they couldn't hit the scoreboard on that one as Quaynor, he's coughed it up again. They've got the numbers once again. He'll go for the second time. Lucky Brown. The kick was smothered. They've got the numbers through Higgins. Got it away to Quaynor, the Lions. Out towards the wing position now. Shaki played for the free kick and won it. Got an easy push that time. So screaming for it. Papadopoulos. He's ignored that one. And once again, a scrubber kick. They're letting themselves down with disposal here. Doncaster East. Quaynor's in and underneath it. The umpire's going to come in and throw this one up.
Both full forwards, Wooler and Shaki, are prepared to run up the ground a little bit more this afternoon to try and find a way into this contest.
Dell, the knockdown. Eventually Owens on the right boot. To squeeze a kick up towards the half-forward line. Higgins used his body well, went over the top of all players' heads up towards the half-forward line. Shaki came barging out, used his body well, eventually back in the arms there of Higgins, darted around. That was clever skills. Poked it inside forward 50, a beautiful kick. Papadopoulos plays on. Oh, look at the confidence of that one. And salutes the crowd. Fantastic goal from Doncaster East. The two youngsters, Papadopoulos and Higgins, working in tow there. And they've got a couple on the board here, the Lions, and they've come alive in this second term.
And I was just about to say, BWS, it's the two youngsters combining. Shaki with a brilliant piece of bodywork there. But if you want to lift, you want some of your youngsters to really stand tall. And that's exactly what Papadopoulos and exciting young prospect Nathan Higgins did just then.
Maybe a little thing, but the three Blackburn defenders there were just flat-footed, disappointed about it, and just let him run into an open goal. So
you know why? Because they weren't expecting him to do it.
They did the one thing you don't do, turn your back on the ball.
Yeah, there was a couple who certainly did on that occasion, and an easy goal for the Lions as they get the margin back to 8 points. Harry with the tap down. Stoddard chasing this one. Holding free kick, going the way of Riley Stoddard. So he'll get an inside 50 through this, you would have to imagine. For Blackburn here, looking for their first of the second term. Short option to Benjamin Worm. Still about 65 out from home. Sends a long kick. They might be able to find a target. Did Woodcott one? Didn't. Hicks off the right boot. Billy Hicks, not quite. How's the bounce? Going sideways through for a minor score.
That was almost Angus Mumfrey's type areas there, if that had gone through.
Yes, it's 3-7-25 Blackburn, 2-4-16 Doncaster East.
12 minutes into the second quarter. Bulleen Temp 3-6-24. Churnside Park 1-1-7.
Hoskins was the target. He's over the back. They've got the numbers here, Donny East. A series of handballs. Scala had nowhere to turn into and rushed over the boundary line and out of bounds right into the Doncaster East dugout.
10 minutes into the second quarter of the in Division 1. Park Orchards 3-5-23. Montrose 1-1-7.
I'm wondering why we haven't gotten messages from a certain someone out there.
Umpire throws the ball back in now. Got crickets on that one, didn't you, Josh? As it came out. Stoddard inside forward 50 now for Blackburn. You've got a play in front. And this time it certainly wasn't Riley O'Neill, and telling him all about it there was Dan Wood, who's kicked 19 goals so far this season. He'll have a shot on goal from about 46, 47 metres, but almost directly in front.
And quickly, 12 minutes into the second quarter, it's tightened up. Waverley Blues 3-5-23, Mulgrave 3-3-21.
I've liked what Wood's done so far this contest. Obviously had that fantastic kick before, but he's providing a little bit of presence inside the forward 50.
So Daniel Wood certainly knows how to kick goals. Starts his approach, he'll kick from just inside the 50. Does so now. Got very close to the man on the mark. It was an interesting approach, I thought, as he poked it in the end, up and under kick, and eventually knocked over the boundary line and out of bounds in the left forward pocket.
It almost seemed like the wind caught that a little bit.
It looked like a really short run-up that he had, and then all of a sudden he was caught out and then skied the ball a bit. Certainly not one of his best efforts, but I'm sure we'll see at least a couple more of those throughout the day for Dan Wood.
But again, that's part of the reason why Blackburn have kicked so inaccurately. Doncaster used to almost force them, but they've taken shots from that far out or on pretty tough spots.
Dooman was in there. Got the numbers here, hitting the deck, Papadopoulos. That was done fairly, and we'll have a ball up.
So 9 points the margin here. Early stages of this second term, the elimination final. We get a ball up inside forward 50 for the Burners. Almost a free kick. Not called. We'll get another ball up.
And look, I don't think when we come to this game this afternoon, we weren't really expecting a free-flowing affair, though.
So tap down again for the Lions. Still under a lot of pressure as Quaino's wrapped up by Toby Wooler.
And you'd think that would suit someone like Doncaster East, but given the expanses and how Blackburn are moving the ball from defence and into attack, they've done really well.
So quick handball forward, looking to find Brown. Follows up the pressure with the tackle. Two Blackburn forwards go at it and pretty much spoil each other as the quick kick away from Quaynor towards the far side. Shacky's around this, so is Hinkley for the Burners. Shacky will end up with it. Quick little handball. Got it off to Walsh. Under a lot of trouble. A high, long kick inside forward 50 here for Blackburn. Plenty of Doncaster East numbers around this one. Quaynor's one of them. Got the hands off to Shacky. Got it off to Rankin. Rankin just throws it on the boot. Almost a mark to Harry. Blackburn move this forward now through Curran. The Lactides inside forward 50. That's a poor kick. That is out of bounds on the full.
That would have brought rain, that kick.
Almost snow
Might just give the Lions a bit of chance to settle down and compose themselves here as Quaynor goes back. They might switch the play through Dooman. Back towards the full-back position, and a chance now for them to get towards the broadcast side of the ground. Here's Hoskin. They look to go through the corridor. Bajay has read it well. Spoils it in front of Brown. Gets a handball back to Ainsworth. To Stoddard. Look at the speed on him. He gets it off to Harry. Sells the candy. And then sends it inside 50 lines. Should be able to take the uncontested mark with Taylor Dooman all by himself on that one.
Oh, he's having a bit of a picnic down there this afternoon, Dooman.
Oh, he's having a fantastic game so far, but the ball's coming down fast and fierce to him. Papadopoulos went wide. They just need to slow things down, O'Brien. Pokes it back inboard. Gown takes it.
I don't think they're quite set up to slow the tempo down, though. Play this chip kick in defence style Doncaster East.
Martin went out wide to O'Neill, who takes the mark. Grandstand side. It was a beautiful kick as well. Hit lace out. Here's Higgins. He'll swing around on those orange boots now. Switches it inboard, the run of Quaynor, who's had a fair bit of the football as well for Doncaster East. Dumps the ball inside forward,
That's
50.
a free
It was
kick.
O'Brien was underneath it, and he won the free kick. He got first bite at it, but he wins the free kick, and he'll have a shot from just on the 50. It's going to take his absolute very best effort from here.
And that's been quite crucial, getting someone like Luke Quaynor involved. You can see how much he's threatened to thread the needle, hit up a target, and open the game up for Doncaster East.
Right behind him here in the broadcast position. He's kicked 15 goals for season 2026. This is the most important shot he had, but he floats it all the way to the line, and it never looked good. And through for one behind. The promising signs, though, for Doncaster East. They're hitting the scoreboard here in the second term, and on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 12.5 gone. It is an 8-point lead to Blackburn.
So Hinkley with the kick in. Here in the back pocket now, just slowing things down themselves. They've got an 8-point lead at the moment, as just mentioned. Haven't kicked a goal in this second term yet. A long kick towards the far side. Underneath this one's Wooler. Dropped the mark. Now wrapped up in the tackle by Jay Rankin.
I actually think both sides really are struggling with the length of the ground, for their game style. It's either one kick or one handball too much, and I don't think they're able to. They're just finding it really hard to measure their targets.
So much for that shootout I called for.
Yeah, I don't think both sides are going to hit the 100-point mark at this stage. Those things really start to open up as Blackburn fiddle around with it and lose it. Now Owens inside 50, was looking to get to Shaki. Reading it extremely well there was Aaron Curran, who sends a long kick out, looking to move it on to Ainsworth.
Well done.
Takes a great mark and now looks to use the corridor, but Jay is the target. The kick just over does it, and then a quick little handball that time from Pollen, as now they go forward the lines, once again towards centre half forward. Blackburn have got 3-on-2 in this contest, so a good result for the Lions, who hold it up and get a stoppage on their forward 50 arc. Of course, Edwin Flack Reserve, if you haven't been here, very big ground. First time it's been used in the Premier Division final series here for the EFNL. Quick handball out of this pack. Ball comes back out in favour of the Lions. Trying to get something going. Owens is around this one, but it's Blackburn who win out. Here's Carmody, runs into a bit of trouble with Doom and gets his hands off in time. He got it off to Hinkley, Stewart goes to Don't Argue on Quaynor. Off the left boot, inside 50. It's a 2-on-2. Almost a mark taken. Rankin did well. Now able to get out of trouble. Bouncing ball. Doesn't hit up a target. It's going to come straight back if Oglethorpe not paid a free kick.
He's really starting to step it up in this quarter, is Quaynor.
Ripping tackle it was too. The umpire will throw this one up. Halfway through this second term now. Left half forward line for Blackburn. And they keep the ball alive. Winters in there.
Admittedly, Rankin's getting a few of the. He's getting a look at a few touches, but it's his delivery. It's not hitting targets at the moment. At the moment, and Doncaster East are not benefiting from what he's creating.
Waddell will go up against Winter, the two number 10s. Winter made the front spot, did really well, then won his own football, got the handball away. Coming through there was Gown for the Lions, brought to ground quickly in a strong tackle by Billy Hicks. We'll have a ball up, 55 out, 25 plays 17. By a quick restart here. Easy height advantage there for Doncaster through Waddell, but Oglethorpe got the quick handball away to Philatides. On the left boot, goes inside forward 50 now for Blackburn, right towards a hot spot, and it was a hot spot all right. And the mark has been taken only about 30 metres out from goal, directly in front.
He's one player they need to get more involved. Nathan Philatides, he has one of the most beautiful left foot kicks, and I know left foot kickers more often than not look better than right foot kickers, but he is someone that often hits players lace out.
Well, the big man, Toby Wooler, has already kicked one goal this afternoon to bring up his 50. And he'd love 51. Been a bit scarce, the 6-pointers for Blackburn in this second term. He's ventured out from goal a number of times already in this game, but he's back in his comfort zone here. So Toby Wooler starts his approach, goes goal. The goal umpire did not move. That's 2 goals on the board to Toby Wooler. And Blackburn get the one that they were after as we cross the 16.5-minute mark here in this second term of the elimination final. It's Premier Division football at its best. 4-7-31 Blackburn, Doncaster East 2-5-17.
Go on, Josh.
And you're right, BWS. I think they needed that one because Doncaster East had just started to work their way back into the contest.
Yeah, 20 minutes into the second quarter up at Pink's Reserve this afternoon. Park Orchards have kicked away a little bit here. 4-6-30 to Montrose 1-3-9.
And back here, if you've just joined us, it's now a 14-point lead to the Burners. 16, almost 17 minutes gone in this second quarter. Out of the middle, wrapped up in the tackle. That time was O'Brien. And we'll get another ball up. Same position, right in the middle of the ground. No contest here in the ruck. It's a free kick here going the way of the Lions. It's paid on for advantage. Now inside forward 50. Dropping the mark that time. Following up the tackle was Duncan.
That's a good,
has given away a free kick too.
Actually, that should, for mine, that should be going the other way.
It was a goal as well.
Yes.
Jeez.
So it's coming back to Blackburn, and that is unfortunate for the Lions, as that ball actually, as you said, went through for a goal.
And quickly, Mulgrave have taken the lead here 20 minutes into the second quarter. 4-3-27 to Waverley Blues 3-7-25.
So they're going to keep this on the far side of the ground, out of their back half, looking to find a target. It was spoiled across the line by Jay Rankin. I think has done a few good things today.
He has. I think it's just his kicking that's letting him down. Obviously, as Ryan James said, he's a very scary proposition. Still got a bit of ways to go, though.
As the ball's brought back into play, Harry goes up uncontested. Hoskin chasing this one. He might just let it go across the line. Blackburn want that out of bounds on the full. They're not going to get it. It'll be boundary throw in far side.
I think you were almost tempted to put him back into the back pocket or maybe push Taylor Dooman up the ground a little bit.
Thanks for joining us on Radio East and 98.1 FM today, as well as our Facebook and YouTube streams. Viewers even from Italy, as heard earlier.
And just on the stroke of half-time, Bulleen Temper up by 16 points, 5-7-37, Churnside 3-3-21.
So Blackburn, just happy to see that cross the line once again. That time, Jacob Eppel. Almost 19 minutes gone in this second quarter. And the margin still 14 points here at Edwin Flack Reserve. The two sides earlier in the season combined for over 250 points in their contest out at Moreton Park. A little bit of a different game today. Tap forward for the Burners. Grabbing this now, Gasparini. Hicks is involved again for Blackburn, giving away a free kick too. So the Lions a big opportunity here to go back inside forward 50. We'll see where Shaq is. He's very deep. He's pointing towards the pocket. And instead, they're not ready to go inside forward 50 just yet to Waddell. Just losing a little bit of territory. And they can't find the right option up forward and very stagnant. Now in the Shacky direction. He's going to have a 3 to beat. Stayed at ground. Couldn't quite get it. As the Blackburn side. Happy to see that across the line. But for the Lions, inside their forward half of the ground.
Played that quite well, Blackburn, particularly with Lachlan Harry playing that loose down in defence in front of Shacky.
14 points is the margin. They need the next goal, Doncaster East. There's no doubt about that. A very shallow throw in that time. It probably should have been called back, and it will be. So it goes back to the boundary umpire now. So Harry will go up against Shacky in the ruck contest. Once again, it's a shallow one, but it made the distance in the end. Ball hits the deck. We're going to have another stoppage here. Gasparini couldn't release the footy.
Both sides are getting little swings of momentum, but neither side are actually taking advantage of it.
Harry got the fist on it. That was timely. As we cross down boundary side.
Injury report again. Paddy Rankin coming off, limping again. That's a bit disappointing for the Donny East Lions.
Keep a close eye on that one. It looks okay. As it goes up in towards the forward pocket, ball alive. Duncan's in there. Little toe poke from Curran. He was happy to disguise that one over the boundary line and out for a boundary throw in. So right forward pocket here for Doncaster East. 2-5-17 to 4-7-31.
We talk about forward craft. That is the definition of defender craft right there.
True words never spoken as the umpire to bring the ball back in. So will Shaki try and take this out of the contest and get boot to ball? He palmed it down, dived after it again. The umpire's going to come in this area and say, give it back to me. So we'll have a ball up this time. So stoppage after stoppage. It's still in that 25-metre zone for Doncaster East. Can they manufacture something? It would have been a high tackle, and it was. Huey White dived into the tackle perfectly. It was a professional free kick in the end, and he'll go back and have a shot on goal from about 40.
Well, it was there, and he actually didn't. It was just natural movement, right, that got him that free kick.
Yeah.
I actually don't think he actually staged for that free kick because he was actually in motion, right? And it was.
No, I don't think he was staging, but he knew what to go at it that ground level. He was going to win the free kick if he didn't. At worst.
Do I dare say he went to the Joel Selwood School of Ducking?
Here comes White now, goes Goldwood, and he's pushed it to the right-hand side. They're all going to the right-hand side so far. Like, we've seen it in both quarters, so someone's got to work that one out. There's no doubt about that. Another blemish on the board. So we've seen 13 behinds kicked in only 6 goals, so it's back to a 13-point margin.
Yeah, been quite a few behinds, particularly at this end of the ground as Blackburn look to try and get out of their back half. The mark was dropped, but socket off the ground. The Lions are going to get there with Scala, who goes forward. No mark taken here. Shaki at the back, got the hands off to Higgins. Higgins towards goal, has bounced and almost tried to keep that in. Could Duncan was trying to get it back to O'Brien, but couldn't quite, and it went straight into the woodwork. 2-7-19 to 4-7-31. Blackburn to take the kick in again. It'll be Hinkley. He'll come straight back to this side of the ground, as he did a moment ago. Underneath this one, spoiled well there by Daniel Wood, right across the line. And we'll get a boundary throw in. 23 and a half minutes gone, Josh.
And now it's Doncaster East's turn to start piling on the pressure inside their attacking half, which is exactly what Blackburn did in the opening term.
So just the 2 goals in it, 2-7 to 4-7. A low-scoring first half in the elimination final. Hicks was first to the football, got the hands off to Brown, and now getting hands to it, that time was O'Neill. They go back to go forward. It's Martin towards the half-forward line. Sport from behind. Harry's in the front position. It's a short kick. Was pressured by the tackler. Keeping this alive, Scala. As he's thrown across the line, we'll get another boundary thrown right in front of the Blackburn huddle. So 24 minutes gone in this second term. The ball will be brought back into play. No one really won that ruck battle. It was Brown, links up, Stoddard. Was trying to get it back to Hicks. The Lions cut it off. It was a high kick that time from O'Brien. It was a tough one to mark. Doing well was Walsh. Walsh now inside 50, moves this along. Gets out to Shaki, who's out the back. Off the left boot for the first of his day, but he can't quite get there. Another missed opportunity there for the Lions. They're now 2-8-20 to Blackburn 4-7-31.
I reckon he had a second or more, to 1 or 2 more seconds to potentially let that shot fly there, Josh Shaki. If he did, it certainly would have gone straight through the middle.
So 20 plays 31 out here at Edwin Flack Reserve. There's a clearing kick out towards the half-back line. Oh, beautiful mark. Kai Owens in the front spot. Had an unbelievable season for the Lions. Wasn't named on Friday, and we all had a heart attack. But good to see him out there spearing past to Shaki. That's exactly what you want to see. A couple of your best players in tow there, and the big man will have to go back and put this one through from about 45 metres.
I almost feel he must kick this goal. Considering that they've owned probably the last 7 minutes in their forward 50, Doncaster East, they need some reward for effort here.
Yep. They almost need 2 goals in the last couple of minutes, but they're probably not going to get it.
So to get themselves back within a kick. Shaki comes in now. We're right behind him. He's waited it and he worked it back nicely. He squeezed it in by the barest of margins, but it matters not when it's all worth 6 points in the end. And Doncaster East are back to within 5 points on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 26 minutes tick over in this second term of the elimination final in Premier Division 3-8-26 to 4-7-31.
Jeez, he's worked that very, very nice. It looked like it was definitely going left.
That's the class of a former AFL footballer on display right there, and the class of a man who's now kicked, I think, 87 goals this season.
I think that's what a lot of Doncaster East fans love to see. Owen Sashaki have seen that a lot this season. As we're back to just 5 points. They've had a really good quarter here. Harry out of the ruck. Stoddard now in the middle. Left boot inside forward 50. Can they get a quick response? Wooler was the target. The slip through the hands that time of Martin for the Lions. Out of defence is gone. It's a 1-on-2. Great hands. Gasparini. Juggling mark. Had 2 to compete with. And slows things down. We're 27 minutes gone in this second term. And it's just 5 points the margin. As he sends him down the line. Another mark. And it's Josh Shackey worked his way up the ground and certainly been a lot more involved in this quarter. And now on the scoreboard too. So looking a little bit dangerous as he goes inside forward 50. He would love to kick it to himself.
I was thinking the same thing.
But not there. Sport across the line. So 27 and a half minutes gone.
Well, maybe it works out well. It means he pushes himself up towards the goal square.
Does. There he is now, making his way forward. So we'll get a boundary throw in here, just outside the forward 50 arc for the Lions. Hoskin used his body well against Harry. He's tapped in front of White. The boundary line beats everyone, and we'll do it all again. Same position of the ground under the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
5-point lead to the Burners. Had the lead from go to woe so far in this game. And Donny East sneak in front at halftime. 11 scoring shots apiece. Harry will go up in the ruck against Hoskin. Bit of a wrestle on there. Hoskin got it down. Owens got the handball back towards Hoskins, went through his legs. Owens did really well. Scooped the handball out. The short passes on and will stay alive for Papadopoulos, who's crunched in a tackle. Ball scoots out. Is still across that forward 50 for Doncaster East. An up and under kick. The umpire will pay this one. Shackey!
Good mark.
On the third bite, the big man came charging out. Got the big jukes up and pulled it in at ground level. Fantastic mark. He'll go back and have a ping from 45 out directly in front.
We have to give full kudos there to Kai Owens, though. Absolutely brilliant handball before. And then the kick wasn't the greatest effort, but it still set up Shackey, who has the chance to give Donny East the lead after the halftime siren.
What a confidence boost this will be.
Well, just like they did at quarter time, they'll have an opportunity to kick another goal after the buzzer. Shackey comes in from 45 out directly in front. He sets it sail for goal. He keeps it low. It was gun barrel straight. And Doncaster East going to half-time with a 1-point lead out here at Edwin Flack Reserve. 4-8-32 to 4-7-31. 2 goals to Josh Shackey from Doncaster East. 2 to Toby Woollett. So the 2 spearheads have kicked the multiples for both sides. The rest of singles. We're in for an epic second half out here in the Premier Division Elimination Final. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast today on 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. 1 half down, 1 to go. Matt Spider-Lee joining the team right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel, so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Edwin Flack Reserve, where it's half-time in the Elimination Final of Premier Division. Currently it's Doncaster East 4-8-32 to Blackburn 4-7-31. Blackburn really had the dominance of the play in the first quarter, but Doncaster East seemed to have wrested the momentum back. I'm Jared Beanland, and with me for the half-time show, James Gagnon and Matt Spider Lee. I'll start with yourself, Spider. How have you seen this game going, and how did Doncaster East change the complexion of the game throughout that second quarter?
Well, they changed the complexion of the game in the second quarter because they were a bit more willing to use the ball and lock it in their forward half. And I thought once they got control of the game on their terms and they got the ball in their forward half, it did live in there for quite a period of time, and they were just able to use the ball a little bit cleaner when they chained up a little bit better. Guys like Quainer were very good in that quarter. You know, just his ability to be able to hit some targets up. Shaki has started to come into the game a bit. In that first term, Blackburn put a lot of focus in. You know, they had at one point, I think Hinkley was trying to drag him back towards the square. Curran was playing that more of that intercepting game. So Shaki now is starting to come a little bit further up the ground to get a bit more involved, which is important. Yep. So I think from that perspective, and their contested brand is starting to work a little bit better for them. And Blackburn, look, they controlled the game in the first term, but in that term, they didn't use the ball as well as they would have liked, and they turned the ball over on a couple of key occasions.
Yeah, absolutely. James, you're down with me on the boundary line. How have you seen the game unfold at our level?
Well, I feel like in the first quarter, Donny East sort of just played to Blackburn's game a little bit more. I feel like they were trying too hard to repel against what Blackburn wanted to do. But in that second quarter, Donny East and Ryan James said, right, we're not going to play their game anymore. We're just going to do what we've done all season and play our game on our terms. And at the end of that second quarter, it showed. And obviously they're in front now. So
they've got the momentum, haven't they, James?
Yeah. If they hold that momentum going into this third quarter, this game could be as good as theirs. So I feel like the stars need to show up. Like I said this before the game even started. Josh Shaki, Kai Owens, and Luke Quainer. He's had best on ground at the moment. He has been absolutely phenomenal down back for Donny East.
Absolutely. I think it's come down for Quainer. It's come down to Blackburn. They've been smart with the way that they've entered their forward 50. They've kept it low to take Taylor and Duman out of the game.
They haven't allowed the spoils, Jared, and that's what happened early in the season when they played. They did that particularly well. They lowered their eyes, and when they kicked it into there, they just didn't bomb away. When they dump kick in, that's when the Donny East defenders can get their hands up, can spoil, and bring the ball to ground. So that's really important. And no one's actually started to get into the game, but for Blackburn, Stoddard playing a really good game at the moment as well. Getting his hands on the ball, his clearance work has been really important.
It seems like the inside work for Blackburn is what just sort of went away from them that quarter, because in the first quarter, when they got it onto the outside, Bajaya, he had a great first quarter. He's gone out of the game a little bit. We haven't seen much from Lawler. Mackenzie Dorian hasn't been that impactful, but when they get their hands on it, those sorts of players, Philactides as well,
they're able, and Billy Hicks, they're able to use the ball really well. It's just sort of not quite working for them.
No, that's right,
Given the dominance of the inside mids of Donny East this quarter.
And that's right, because what Donny East are trying to do is they're trying to keep the ball on the inside, and they're trying not to have that ball go from inside to out. So they're trying to make sure that it doesn't pop over, so it falls into Blackburn's hands.
Yep.
It's also worth noting, in that first quarter, Donny East, they refused to come down the broadcast end. I mentioned this to Jared on the boundary multiple times. They kept trying to go to the far side of the scoreboard, and Blackburn kept reading that. They kept putting off that half-ground zone that would just shut them into that.
Well, Blackburn play the high press, James, so they like to press pretty high, so that's important for them. So, because if Donny East do turn the ball over, then they can create a score. So they've got to be careful about that. But in saying that too, Donny East, they did use the ball a little bit better in that quarter. So Blackburn have to be aware not to press too high and have to be mindful that they do need to defend as well.
Richard, that starts in the Lions coaching box coming into the second half, because if Ryan James and crew could figure out to break down that Blackburn high press zone, they can break this game wide open, and this could push out even further. And we also got to mention the fact that this could be much more high scoring than what it is. It's currently 4-8 to 4-7, so this could be like a 50 to 40 point game.
I think at the end of the day, it seems like the defences are able to get on top of their respective forward lines until you get these sort of like that kick from Higgins that found Donny East forward. The kick right at the end that found Papadopoulos. Thank you. That found Shaki. So in those moments of scrounge kicks out from stoppage, the defence needs to be on guard for Blackburn. However, the way that they've been setting up systematically through general transition play has taken a lot away from Doncaster East's game.
Yeah, exactly. And I think what Donny East have just got to be careful of, just exiting their defensive area with their ball use, because a couple of times there have been those forward half turnovers. So Blackburn, when they chain up and move the ball down the ground, they've been able to set up some scoring opportunities.
It's been a day for the halfbacks as well. Like you see, like Luke Quaynor, Lockie JR, like they have been phenomenal, and they're both keeping the team alive in this contest.
Yeah.
Because especially with Luke Quaynor's case, he's sort of playing like an extra mid at some points to Donny East. Like, he's good in the contest, he's good at his hands, he's good on his feet. So he's a key player to this lead for Donny East. Like, if he keeps performing at the rate he is currently, this game could break open for
and if Blackburn can get the pressure back to what it was in that first term, and they do play with high pressure, and if Donny East do turn the ball over, then that'll certainly swing the momentum again. I still like Blackburn's chances in winning the game, but Donny East, if they continue the way that they did in that back end of that term, they give themselves a real good chance to score and kick some goals.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see the ruck battle as well continue. Waddell versus Lachlan Harry. I feel like both of them have had pretty good games.
They've broken even.
Waddell seems to be winning the taps a lot more, but
Harry's winning around the ground.
Yes,
yeah,
100%.
Which I think is what we could have expected. Yep. Anyway, just quickly, how are our tips going to be going into this second half of the game, and then I'll go through some scores.
Sticking with Blackburn for me.
Yep.
I'm still adamant with Donny East in the moment. I feel like they're just a little bit more classy going into this second half, and if they can keep up their momentum from the second half of that second quarter, I should say, this game's as good as theirs.
I'm sticking with Blackburn for this, and I'm not jumping overboard just yet.
Have we got some scores? Or?
Yes, exactly. I'll quickly go through some scores. Currently, Park Orchards, they lead Montrose 5-6, 36 to Montrose 2-4, 16. So very interesting stuff there.
Happy with that one, will they?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll move into Division 2, and Mulgrave have taken the lead. They're 6-4, 40 to Waverley Blues 4-8, 32. Fascinating game there. Of course, the winner will end up playing Templestowe. No games in Division 3, of course. And Division 4, it's Churnside Park 3-3-21. They trail Bulleen Templestowe 5-8, 38.
Yeah,
so
some interesting games there across those divisions, but some work to do for those teams that are trailing, and a couple of teams there, Montrose in particular need to start to hit the scoreboard, and Waverley, some inaccuracy in front of goal. They'll need to turn that around after half time.
For sure. Well, Blackburn's out in the field, so we will be back with you for the third quarter after this break.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds, even in winter, absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome back to the Eastland Premier Division Elimination Final for season 2026. Doncaster East and Blackburn, a goal after the siren in that second quarter, sees the Lions leading by a point, 4-8-32 to Blackburn 4-7-31. Ryan Long, Ben Warren-Smith, Wayne Brasher and Josh Ward, James Gagnon and Jared Beanland on the boundary. Brash, your thoughts going into this third quarter? Really good finish at the Lions to hit the lead just before half-time. They had a lot of good work in that second quarter, and then the last 2 goals sees them back in front.
Yeah, probably from around that halfway through the second quarter, they started to get the ball and the run of the ball on their terms, and I actually thought they started making some making better decisions when they moved into their forward 50, and they had a lot more numbers around the contest.
So here we go.
Second half about to get underway here as the umpire throws the ball up in the middle of Edwin Flack Reserve as it comes out towards the Quainer direction. We've heard an early whistle. It's going to be a free kick going the way of the Burners. So in the middle of the ground at Stoddard. What a first term he had, and he launches one 60 metres inside forward 50 and another free kick. So they've gone bang, bang, Blackburn, and they'll have a shot on goal only about 25 metres out directly in front.
Wouldn't mind seeing that one again.
So
I think it was a bit of holding off on Toby Wooler there. Well, certainly there.
So Toby Wooler will kick from 30 metres out, almost directly in front. Barely gone a minute here in this third term. It'll be Blackburn looking to regain the lead. So Wooler starts his long approach. Comes in now. You'd expect this to be bread and butter for a player of his ilk. He comes in and he squeezes it home. 3 goals on the board to Toby Wooler, and it only took 1 minute for Blackburn to regain the lead by 5 points out here at Berwick in the Elimination Final, Premier Division styles, 5-7-37 to 4-8-32.
Well, the way you commentated that, Beto, it looked like he was setting himself up for a 9-iron into the green.
Just feels like towards the end of that second quarter and to start this third quarter, the game might just start to open up a little bit more after it became a bit of a cagey affair during that second term.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it might head in that direction. Good start for Blackburn. Had a look at the replay, so it was there. So Wooler's got 3 now. Important player for the Blackburn side as Waddell moves this forward. Has a bounce this time for Papadopoulos. Taps it in front of himself towards the boundary line. Shacky's around this, but plenty of numbers for the Burners as they keep this one into Stoddart. Under a lot of pressure. Got the handball away to Brown. Can take a bounce. Now off the left boot. Finds Wood. Good kick and a good mark. Won't be paid 25. Plays it on straight away as they steam through the middle of the ground. Wormson's a long kick. And all by himself is Taylor Dooman, who's done that a few times today. Had plenty of the football. He'll send it back out of defence and hits up a target, but the mark was dropped by Papadopoulos. Still had time to control it and pass it off. A little bit nervy, but worked out okay. The kick, though, this time falls into the hands of Ainsworth. Handball forward to Lawler. So they link up once more. This one's going to come straight back. Kai Owens bursting through a tackle. Got his hands off in time as they now link up. And then on the far side, Scala in the long sleeves as we go down to the boundary.
F90 again. Donnies continue to use the scoreboard end to go forward. I feel like if they are to win this game, they need to start using the entire ground because this is just getting too predictable.
So here's Doncaster East to Gawn. Now towards their forward 50. Going up for that one was O'Brien. Had a couple of Blackburn defenders to compete with. And once again, they're going to try and get off the half-back line, linking up. They just maintain possession of it. Ainsworth, it wasn't pretty, but it works out okay as a quick handball forward towards us on the broadcast side. Kai Stewart chasing this one. Pushed aside that time by Quaynor, who goes central. Finds O'Brien. Long way out from home. We'll use Quaynor running past on the left. Inside forward 50. Plenty of Blackburn numbers. The mark was dropped. An easy mark. Not taken. Curran has to try and mop up the mess. He's handballed just into a bit of space. White coming in to lay the tackle that time on Stewart. And they're still able to get out of trouble to Stoddart in the middle. And now he's got time and space. And he goes long to a one-on-one. Carmody's there if he can mark it. The bounce eludes him. And it eludes the Doncaster East defenders. Back to Carmody. Getting through the tackle. Gets his handball off to Wooler for goal number 4. Toby Wooler's missed all out of bounds on the full. You can't get a score out of that. 5-7-37, 4-8-32.
You can see Doncaster East trying to take on the corridor. Blackburn are using it a bit more better, I feel.
Riley O'Neill went to Dooman. Left forward pocket. Wanted to lead up from Hoskin and he got there. So just out of that defensive zone, grandstand side out here at Edwin Flack Reserve. There's a poking kick goes up towards the Shacky direction, up towards the wing position, over the back handball by Worm. He had players running for him, spinning around and doing a little pirouette, game out towards the Bajada area, up in towards the middle of the ground. The skills weren't that clean, but Hicks got the handball away, eventually in the arms there of Lawler, who poked it inside forward 50. Charging out there was Martin, got the handball away just in the nick of time, giving away a free kick almost there was Lawler. Umpire said play on. They've got the ball in the arms of Hubber. Quain has got him wrapped up as well. The pressure's high. It's intense, and the umpire will come in and ball this one up right on the edge of the centre square, just forward of centre for Blackburn. High tempo footy in the last few moments, 5-point lead to Blackburn. The only goal scored in the first minute of this third term as it's taken there by Waddell. Scramble to kick up towards the half-forward line. In the front spot there was Hinkley. Got the handball over the top. He was looking out for the Worm direction. He got beaten to the ball by Scala. Maglia had the running support there from Scala on the right boot. Kicked it up towards the half-forward line. It was intended there for White. He couldn't just quite reach it. And now Blackburn had the numbers. A scrambly kicking towards the middle of the ground. Trying to trap it nicely there was Brown. He got it on the second bite. Chipped it across the centre square here. It's a 2-on-1 situation. Blackburn had the numbers. They're going to win out as well. Running onto it nicely there and having a bounce there was Stewart on the left boot. Kicked it inside forward 50. It had to reach and it did. Mackenzie Dorian, who will go back And 50 metres out is almost just beyond his range, and he knew it too, and he didn't have to worry about it either because he spotted a teammate up only 20 metres out from goal, and an easy as you like mark has been taken out there from Billy Hicks.
Geez, good vision and just found so much space, Josh.
He did, and Billy Hicks, to his credit, worked his way up the ground really well. And again, poor marking from the Doncaster East defence.
So Billy Hicks will come in now.
Jeez, looks like his run-up was just as long as Toby Wooler's.
Yeah, they're enjoying the run-up today. He'll kick from 40. He didn't need to, but it doesn't matter because he's put it over the goal umpire's hat. First goal to Billy Hicks for the afternoon. That's 2 in this third term to Blackburn, and they open out themselves to a handy 11-point lead as we cross the 7-minute mark of the third term.
And getting to that fast start was quite crucial for Blackburn after they conceded the late dominance in that second term, Brash.
10 minutes into the third quarter of the first semi-final. Park Orchards 5-9-39 leading Montrose 2-4-16.
Certainly kicked that from a lot further out than he did need to, as you just said.
Well, you're better safe than sorry. More often than not, the players on the mark might interfere with it.
Well, you don't criticise them when they kick the goal, so Hicks has been good today and gets another one. Now can the Lions get the response out of the middle? Kick inside forward 50. The bounce works out perfectly. A high kick from Owens towards the top of the goal square. Shacky spoiled away from him. Worms around this one, trying to tap it to himself. Kai Owens has got the ball now off the left boot. It's a high kick. It might still be a chance. O'Brien spoiled across the line. Doing nicely there was Elliott, as let's cross down the boundary quickly.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. Just an update. No Jay Rankin on the field after he came off with an ankle injury in that second quarter. So Doncaster is down to 3 on the bench.
First semi-final at Walker Park sees Mulgrave 7-4-46. Leading Waverley Blues 6-8-44.
So Harry there in the ruck, tap down. We're going to do it again. Scala's wrapped up in the tackle. Get another ball up inside forward 50 for the Lions. 8.5 minutes gone in this third term. And the Lions currently trailing by 11. Here's an opportunity for O'Brien. He kicks it forward. Worm takes the mark and looks to play this on straight away. Has Bajaya. Doesn't quite hit him and now gives an opportunity for Stoneham to try and keep this one in. And he can't quite, so we'll get a boundary throw in.
And
inside Doncaster East forward 50.
And in the preliminary final, Bulleen Templestowe have exploded away here 7-9-51 to Churnside 3-4-22.
From the stoppage, O'Brien snaps it around the body. Didn't have enough curl on that one. Pushed as he kicked it fairly, though, and out of bounds on the full. Curran to bring the ball back in.
Matt O'Brien, that is, and Kai Owens have threatened to open this game and get Doncaster East back into the contest. I reckon they need to get their hands on the footy a bit more.
So Curran goes towards the Harry direction, and the big man stretched high and took the mark. Got the quick handball away, wanted to waste no time. And Blackburn forced over the boundary line and out of bounds. A little bit of argy-bargy happening in front of the Doncaster East dugout. And Faithful down there. So ball coming back into play. 11-point margin to the Burners. 9.5 gone third term. 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. Snap off the pack there from Hicks and up and under one. Umpire call play on. Bouncing football. It travelled every bit. Speedy's going to win out in this contest as the ball's knocked away. Charging through Oglethorpe. Couldn't quite trap the footy. Diving on it. And ball up just forward of centre here. Across the half forward line for Blackburn. Be looking for 3 in a row. Doncaster East really need the next one. You get that feeling as Harry, a big thumping knockout straight into the arms there of Brown, who threw it away, looking for his teammate in Bajaya. And the free kick going the way of the Lions through Ollie Poland. He'll chip it over the top now. Brian got it back to Poland. He switches the ball out wide. It was a good kick too. Stretching out for it was Martin. He had a little bit of time, but he turned into the Carmody tackle. That was silly in the end. They've got the numbers now, the Burners. Handball over the top there by Elliott. Across the half-forward line, Carmody's in there as well. Almost got legged. The umpire said play on. Chip kick up towards the half-forward line. They're moving the ball really quickly here in towards the forward pocket. Standing strong there was Mackenzie Dorian, who knows that it's going to be a difficult angle. He's kicked it right across the face there and unmarked, but Jaya takes it 5 metres out from goal.
And again, poor marking from the Doncaster East defence. It's been at times prominent and it's costing them potentially a couple of goals here.
But Jaya wastes no time and kicks the easiest of goals. They're off and firing here, the Burners in the third term in the Premier Division Elimination Final, 7-7-49 to 4-8-32. Let's cross down to James Boundary side.
Well, when you look at this Donny East defence, especially when Luke Wayno, who's only just come back on, you can see how much that structure drops off. If he is the key piece to this defence, and if he doesn't step up in this next few minutes he's on, it's all over, and Blackburn should run over them.
Josh, this is a sense of a bit of a deja vu. It was from yesterday. Vermont were in the contest till half time, and then the professionalism. It just seems at the moment this is the way Blackburn have come out with intent in this third quarter.
And the outside run style of Blackburn starting to come a bit more to the fore in comparison to Doncaster East heavy contest style.
So now to the 17-point lead. Bajaya around this one again. Been good today. He's kicked the last goal.
And
another ball up.
And I guess, Ryan, when you turn around and saying that Doncaster East needs the next goal, it's really an understatement, really.
Yeah, well, they do in a low-scoring game as Owens kicks into a bit of space on the outer wing. The bounce eludes White, and it works out perfectly for Salmon, who moves this along nicely. And now they get something going through Lawler. Lawler spins around, breaks through the tackle, and then sends it forward to the Stewart direction, spoiled across the line by Will Gowan.
And as I said, this game has started to open up a little bit more. And in terms of games opening up, it certainly favours a Blackburn side that like the ball on the outside, like to get run from behind and look to drill it to their key forwards.
So the boundary throw-in. The two 10s go at it. This time it's Winter tapping it to himself and seeing it across the line once more, right in front of the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, which reads Blackburn 7-7-49, Doncaster East 4-8-32.
One player that is starting to come just that little bit more prominent, looking to drive to Blackburn as well. And again, Doncaster East need to pay close attention to him, is Riley Stoddart.
Yeah, absolutely. He's had a big say in this one as well. Hicks towards the top of the goal square. Sport from behind. Stewart wrapped up. No free kick paid. Carmody's around this one. Can he get through the tackle? Spins around. Gets a handball off to Epple. It's a high kick. It's not going to reach the distance. And Sport, Doncaster East desperate to get that one across the line. They do in the end. And now it's 7-8 to 4-8.
Carmody's also threatened to open this game up as well, particularly in the last couple of minutes.
So, Will Gowan, a little bit indecisive, wants to trot off in the end. He'll kick it out towards the half-back line, far side. Pushed off the ball that time was Lockie Waddell. And he'll receive the free kick. And the big ruckman chipped it backwards to Gowan. Wanted to continue with the switch, but he's been caught out. Eventually he's going to go backwards. So O'Neill takes it. They're back in the goal square, back where it all started. Goes to Dooman. Still in that defensive arc, chipped it away, Gasparini. Dooman barking orders on where to kick it. And that is out of this 50. It was a sloppy kick though. Still across the half-forward line for Blackburn, and they've got the numbers. Inside forward 50, the kick goes. And marking unmarked was Kai Stewart. And he'll have a shot from the right forward pocket. He's about 35 metres out from goal.
They just can't get it past that centre wing or even their half-back line at the moment.
But that was almost, Josh, there was a sense of inevitability there that Blackburn were going to get the ball on a turnover and hit a target in their forward 50.
So Stewart, it's a tight angle. It's the right side to be kicking on today, starting the ball at the left goal post and letting it work back through. So the odds are on his side for the left footer. He'll come in now, 40 metres out, and it was a good effort, but just brushed the left-hand side and through for one behind. So Doncaster East fans breathe a sigh of relief there, 18-point margin, 15.5 gone third term.
So Dooman, a long kick towards the far side. Underneath that one, couldn't quite bring down the mark. At ground level, got another ball up. A little bit of a similar field to that first quarter, but Blackburn have converted a couple more of their opportunities so far in this term. So 19 points the margin. Tap down from Waddell. Ball going nowhere. Just a bit of a slow down in tempo.
They just need a spark from somewhere. They need someone like a Kai Owens to light up a potential stoppage here.
And it's going to come straight back inside forward 50 for the Burners. Would drop the mark. And now a chance for Gowan to get this one out. The handball forward. Underneath this one, Waddell. Ball comes back to him, and he moves this. This is better. Right through the middle of the ground. Scala gets their hands off. They can race forward in the Shacky direction. Picked it up off the first bounce, off the left boot. Inside 50 in front of O'Brien. O'Brien getting through the tacklers. On the right boot for the spark that Doncaster East need. Tim O'Brien gets goal number 2. And Doncaster East now move to 5-8-38. Blackburn 7-9-51.
Or you could just get your 2 ex-AFL players to light the spark for Doncaster East.
That will help too.
20 minutes into the third quarter, and the Division 1 first semi-final sees Park Orchards 6-9-45 leading Montrose 3-6-24.
Nice build-up, though, and they needed to take ownership of the corridor in that particular passage of play. As we said earlier, Blackburn have executed through the corridor really well. Doncaster East, that should give them a little bit more confidence.
Waddell will go up against Harry. Bit of a stop-start for both ruckmen there, charging through. Gasparini on hands and knees, got the handball away. Kick was smothered, though. Across the half-forward line, they've run into each other here, the Doncaster East backs, but they at least still have the numbers. Spearing kick up towards centre-half forward, but it was a floater, been chopped off, so chance for Blackburn to repel, and the kick goes up towards the half-forward line. Over the back there was Wood, created the spoil at the fall of the ball there. Little handball out from Carmody, but the umpire said it wasn't a handball, it was a throw. So free kick going the way of the Lions. So Hugh White got options out wide and Gown if he wants that. Instead, didn't get the purchase on it that he was after. So a big fly will have to come from Hoskin at the back of the pack, but chopped off there by Hinkley. Little handball over. Handball out wide towards Dorian, who linked up further afield. They've done all right here, Stewart's. Handball went into no man's land, but Carmody was there to get it away to Hicks, who thumped it inside forward 50. Over the top there. Here come the Lions through Dooman, who was happy to be wrapped up in a bear hug. He knew the safety of a bounce was coming, and we'll have a ball up about 30 metres out from goal.
22 minutes into the third quarter, second division, first semi-final, Waverley Blues, 8-11-59, Mulgrave 8-4-52.
Waddell bouncing kick out of trouble, not quite just yet. Dorian picks it up, gets a handball forward. A lot of lines around this ball. White might just sock it off the ground. He sort of misconnected with it. Stewart involved. So's Quain on. We get a stop is just inside forward 50 here for Blackburn.
Don't mind what Waddell is doing at the moment, trying to cause a bit of chaos from the stoppage and give Doncaster East an opportunity to get their tools into play.
So we get the ball up. Wooler tapped it forward. The Lions have got the numbers and they look to get out of trouble here and they go towards the far side of the ground. Scala was the target. It's picked up by Worm. Worm spinning around and then sending a kick forward. As easy as you like, and it falls into the hands of Kai Stewart, who'll get another chance at a set shot on goal.
And Division 4 preliminary final sees Bulleen Temp 8-10-58, leading Churnside Park 4-7-31.
They look so much cleaner, Blackburn, going forward, and they're always in front, and they're hitting up targets in there. There's a lot of inside forward 50 marks for Blackburn. I can only count 1 or 2 for Doncaster East.
Absolutely. Big difference at both ends of the ground as Kai Stewart missed a goal earlier. This to give them a little bit more of a break on the scoreboard again. He likes it off the boot, and it's there. It's a 19-point lead to Blackburn. They're 8-9-57, Doncaster East 5-8-38. And we've almost played 20 minutes in the third term.
The most impressive part about this quarter is the fact that Blackburn have been able to spread out the goal kickers, look for different options rather than focus on the one at the moment, Brash.
Yeah, they are, and they've been able to widen the ground a little bit too. Doncaster East, once again, it's like they've been pinned back into their back 50, and they're finding it really hard to get the ball out.
Well, margin out to 19 points. Doncaster East know that they can claw their way back in. They've done it once before, but they cannot concede another goal. That will be detrimental, you would have thought. There's a ball in the middle now, a chance for them to get a clearance, but it's going to be cut off here. Nicely smothered there by Brown. In and under. High tackle right there, and it'll go the way of Scala. So Doncaster East, chance to move the ball out. Screaming for it was Gasparini. Still is. That's ignored. We're going to use the corridor this time as the kick goes towards the Shacky direction. Underneath it, O'Brien. takes the mark. Standing strong there. He didn't jump off the ground at all. He just stuck the big mitts up and pulled it down, and he'll have a shot for a quick reply, only 40 metres out.
I know he's kicked the 2 goals today, Tim O'Brien, but he needs to get a bit more involved. And again, that type of contest, that type of mark will give him just that little bit of confidence.
But nonetheless, though, Josh, if he kicks his goal, he's actually he has made a big contribution for a guy that on Friday wasn't playing.
So O'Brien, it's a must kick goal, but he let himself down there. Started right, and that's exactly where it stayed. Minor score is the result. 21.5 gone in this third term. 5-9-39 to 8-8-56.
Brother.
So Blackburn to take the kick in. 21, almost 22 minutes gone. Third term here in the elimination final. Hicks went up, got the hands to it at ground level. O'Neill, he's handball forward. Ainsworth doing well on hands and knees. Tapped it forward. Quaynell's going to end up with the football here off the left boot and finds a target. He did well to Hoskin. Inside forward 50, the short option to Shaki. This is a very, very tough kick from here. As good as a goal-kicking machine that Josh Shaki is.
Still on the right side for a left footer, though. He's going for the snap.
Right in front of Ray Baird, watching very closely on this one.
Look at old mate.
Look at the size difference between these two as Shaki comes in off the left boot. He has nailed it. Oh, touch through the line. Couldn't have asked for much better of a kick. But just a minor score. 5-10-40 to 8-9-57.
That's an unbelievable effort to snap from that far out on, and this is a genuine 50-metre arc out here at Edwin Flack.
You've got to blame Ray for that miss.
Yeah.
No doubt the Bronx cheers were coming from him as the kick went straight down the throat of Oglethorpe, who took off to the races. Handball over the top to Bajaya on the right boot now. They've moved the transition up pretty quickly. Oh, strong mark, Martin. Great second bite. Carmody almost spent it, had already had it spent, but Quaynor runs off to receive the handball and drive the ball up towards the wing position, looking for Martin. It's fisted away from him. And over the boundary line it goes for a boundary throw-in. True centre wing position, far side of Edwin Flack, where majority of the play has been today. Just not uncommon against the media team as the kick goes inside forward 50 now. Who's going to be the flyer? Shaki had to work his way to the front. He was being blocked, and he will receive the free kick. And you can see that one on the replay there. He was certainly blocked out of the contest, and it was unnecessary as well because they almost had it. That was a 3-on-1 situation for Blackburn. So Shaki will go in now and have a shot for his third.
Gee, I didn't know anyone in Berwick could afford a Merc.
So he comes in now. There's car yards galore out here in Berwick, Flash. There's Shaki from 50. Has to be his absolute best. He just pushed it to the left-hand side. He's gone left, he's gone right to the goal line. He just can't find the big sticks at the moment, as there's been a spoil right from the kick in. It's still 10 metres out from goal. Can Doncaster put this pressure on? Here's O'Brien. He's been asked to stand up from Josh Ward, but he got brought to ground in a strong tackle. I thought he might have been able to put that one through, and we'll have a ball up 25 metres out.
Well, it's right where they want it. 20 metres out from goal. 24.5 minutes gone third term. 16 points. Nothing in it still. Plenty of time. Still with another quarter and a bit to play. Ball comes back out to Lawler. He gets the hands off to Stoddard. Stoddard with a bit of class. Handballs it forward to Stewart. He uses his left boot and sends it long down the line. And the mark was dropped by Dooman. Uncharacteristic from him, but did enough well to control it and get it off. Scartamaglia sends it forward now for the Lions. Who's going to fly for this one? Great grab. Nicely done there by Kai Owens.
Super mark.
Jeez. He's got a lot of X factor designs.
He's going to need a big last quarter for the Lions if they're to come away with a win here today. He handballs it over as they go forward now through Scartamaglia. And they find Scala. Still in the long sleeves in the nice warm sun today. Just waits before he makes his option. Puts it towards the hot spot. A tough one to grab, and what a mark that is. Looking right in the sun. And that is a fantastic mark of the day.
They really need this one because they've been dominating the last 5 minutes, Brash.
Exactly what I was going to say. You took the words right out of my mouth.
So, as you said, Brash, Papadopoulos
You should have become a special comments.
Yeah.
It's my aim in life, mate.
That was in the Davo's masterclass.
Has an opportunity to bring the margin back to 10 points. As I said, this is a must kick. He's well and truly in range. And it's nice off the boot, and it holds its line. It's there. It's back to 10 points. He's got his second, and the Lions now move to 6-11-47. Blackburn 8-9-57 as we close into three-quarter time.
By a whisker.
Yeah,
by a whisker.
Yeah, the goal umpire made him earn it, didn't he?
Jeez. Good effort, though, and a good mark as well from Joel Papadopoulos, who's one that looked to be a bit more prominent inside forward 50 as the Lions' second leading goal kicker this season.
Well, 26 and a half gone in this third term. Only a couple of minutes you would think remain.
Do they need another goal, Doncaster?
Yeah.
If they could get another goal, just put some more perceived pressure on Blackburn.
So Waddell goes up, got the knockdown that time. They'll get the clearance through Owens on the left boot. Which way is this ball going to bounce? It was a wrong, and there was only 20 seconds left, not a couple of minutes. Siren sounds to announce three-quarter timeout here at Edwin Flack Reserve for the Premier Division Elimination Final today. And at Blackburn, who were trailing by 1 point, now lead by 10 points at three-quarter time, 8-9-57 to 6-11-47. Toby Wooler has 3 goals for the Burners, while 2 goals each to Papadopoulos and Josh Shackey and Tim O'Brien. They're spreading it around between the three of them at the Lions. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast so far on 98.1 Radio Eastern, streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. We'll be back with the final 30 minutes. It's going to be intense. One team's going home right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome back to Edwin Flack Reserve. 1 quarter to play in the Premier Division Elimination Final, and it's just 10 points in at Blackburn, currently leading 8-9-57 to the Lions 6-11-47. Ryan Long, Ben Warren-Smith, Wayne Brash and Josh Ward here up on the beautiful grandstand area at Edwin Flack Reserve. Fantastic view for us. Brash, you've got some scores around the grounds. We'll start with the Division 1 first semi-final. Something happening
We certainly are. It's three-quarter time at Pinks Reserve, and the game has tightened up just a little bit there. Park Orchard 7-9-51, leading Montrose 5-8-38. So Montrose have slowly worked their way back into this contest, which makes it interesting.
2 goals on a buffer.
Yes, some nervous times though for Mulgrave as they now trail by 14 points at three-quarter time. Waverley Blues 9-12-66, leading Mulgrave 8-4-52. And in the Division 4 grand final at three-quarter times, a 21-point lead to Bulleen Temp 8-10-58. Joneside Park 5-7-37, Ryan.
Oh, very interesting across those divisions, Josh.
Wouldn't that be something? Bulleen Templestowe, their second season in the EFNL, making a grand final.
Yeah, that would be a good story. As this game itself, though, Blackburn probably controlled most of that third term. Similar to the first quarter, maybe this end of the ground is a little bit more of your scoring end. I'm not sure if there's any sort of reason why, but it's sort of happened that way so far. What's your take, boys?
Well, I thought, Josh, that probably for around the opening 20 minutes really sort of belonged to Blackburn. They showed a lot more initiative, and they once again were pushing and taking space away from Doncaster East, who just couldn't find a way out. Let's go boundary side.
Just listening to the Donny East huddle just now, they're just saying the main message was to stick to their game plan, trust in the team, and just get it done, and just match that first 10 minutes that Blackburn are going to pump forward and try to win the game.
They were up and about too with another huddle.
Both huddles up at about at three-quarter time.
Well, it's do or die now, and the thing is 10 points is nothing in today's football. Okay, let's go down to Jared Beener.
Thanks, Brash. Guys, I've got Anthony Fagan with me, mate. 1 quarter of footy of survival. It starts on the inside, doesn't it?
Yeah, Donny East, they're a great clearance contest team, and they're a big, strong physical team as well. So I think our set-about stuff has been really good throughout the course of the day. Like, they've controlled the stoppages around the ground a little bit, but yeah, our pressure's been really good. So we've got to making sure we execute the fundamentals of the game, we get our ground ball hunt and pressure right, and then from there as well, we can set the ground up, and making sure our setup behind our attack's going to be really important. So just making sure we control that part of the game. Like, they're going to throw everything at us here, so it's going to be game on here. So I'm sure it's going to be a good spectacle in the last quarter, and when we've got momentum in the game, we've got to make sure we execute in our front half.
And you suspect they might go up the corridor. You're able to turn that into an opportunity if you're ready for that?
Yeah, well, clearly there's only 10 points in it. Like, there's not a lot of advantage in the game, but I'm sure they're going to try and throw everything at the kitchen sink. Like, they're loud and energised, and we make sure we got really organised in our defence. And if they do try and ping it off through the corridor, we've got to turn them over and go back the other way.
I look forward to it. Good luck.
I think the game's going to be decided in the opening 10 minutes of this last quarter, I feel. If Blackburn get the opening couple of goals, it's going to make it hard for Doncaster East. But if Doncaster East can strike early, then we're in for a ball-bursting finish.
30 minutes remain in the elimination final in Premier Division. One team goes home. The other will take on Vermont next week as the umpire throws it up. Harry got the knockdown. Nicely done. They've got the quick clearance here. Blackburn, as they've done each quarter. Inside forward 50 it goes. And once again, a free kick has been paid. But this time, it's not going the way of the Burners. It's going to Doncaster East. There was a quick transition out of the guts there, as Dooman will take it in the back pocket here. He's got Quaynor short. Longer option is Stoneham. Been pretty quiet today, Stoneham. On the right boot, the kick goes out towards the Hoskin direction. Over the back it goes. And over the boundary line for a boundary throw-in. Copping a falcon there was Waddell.
Jeez. I don't think he quite expected that ball to land in his
on
life.
His chinny chin chin. The boundary umpire comes into play. So it's right in front of the Doncaster East brethren today. As it came out, Waddell did well out of the ruck contest, kicked it out towards the wing position. At the back there, Hoskin got a spoil on. An umpire said it was okay. But Jay are putting some pretty solid pressure on Stoneham there to see it trickle over the boundary line and out.
I think it's also crucial for Doncaster East, if they don't get most of the territory, to just limit the damage, because there's going to be some period in this quarter where they get a little bit of ascendancy.
Let's go boundary side.
Blackburn not setting up with one behind the ball in front of Josh Shackey for this quarter.
Ball comes out right near our boundary riders now. Spinning around there was Stoddart on the left boot, and up and under kick. It was a skyscraper in the end. It stays alive. Ainsworth got a handle on it. The Lions, though, little flick over the back. Owens is in there, darted around, just showed his poise and class. Link up handball was okay as the kick goes up towards the half forward line. Standing strong was Connor Hinkley. Eyes only for the football, took a very important mark.
So Hinkley for the Burners, just waiting for something to present itself. Harry's the short option, will go inbound instead using the corridor. They currently lead this final by 10 points. Opening couple of minutes of this last quarter. The kick down the line is going to be cut off by Waddell for the Lions. He's had some good moments today. Moves this forward in the Hoskin direction. Good grab.
Great mark.
Mac Hoskin been targeted a bit in this last quarter.
I was going to say, that looks like they're trying to direct traffic through Hoskin in this last.
For Shaki, use his body perfectly. He'll take his best if he's going to have a shot from here. He'll be outside 50 and on a very tough angle. We'll be right behind this if he is going to back himself in. If there's one person on the ground you'd want the ball in the hands off, it's Josh Shaki. He's kicked 88 goals for the year.
Can we get Ray Baird to
commentate?
Get the pruners on those trees that are in front.
So Shaki comes in. We're right behind this. Off the left boot. He works it back. It's going to stay left. Not enough. And just a minor score, but they're the first on the board this quarter. 6-12-48 the Lions. 8-9-57 Blackburn.
They just needed him to kick a couple of extra goals, Shaq.
Yeah.
He's had a few chances. I haven't said they're easy.
Worm coughed it up from the stoppage. O'Brien got the handball away. Going goal with Donny East again. Just blazing away in the end. Disappointing. Another behind. So a couple of missed opportunities for the Lions early in this final term. 3.5 gone.
Why did he literally let that go off the boot? The second he received the footy, he had a ton of time, Papadopoulos, to run into goal.
Style of kick was so panicked.
Worm needs redemption this time, and his kick's gone out of bounds on the full, I think. Might have been touched just inside the line, and his luck's a fortune, and we'll have a boundary throw-in.
Can I just give a quick cheerio to a friend of mine whose son plays for Doncaster East, Mary? I know you've had some bad health of late, but you're getting better. Hopefully this win for Doncaster East will cheer you up.
There goes Stoddard's handball, socket off the ground. Bajaya links up with Worm. Worm's handball over the top. Trying to get it to Carmody. Does. Gets it back to Wooler. He's hand pass to Wooler. Wooler inside 50 to Stewart. And they've gone end-to-end and now have an opportunity to make Doncaster pay for their misses on goal, with Kai Stewart having a set shot looking for his second of the afternoon, Josh.
And that's how quickly they can move the ball from defence to attack. Again, taking ownership of the corridor and being able to execute their skills.
Well, these are the goals that really hurt sides when they don't capitalise at one end of the ground. And then there's a set shot at the other. This is a big kick for Kai Stewart to give Blackburn a bit of a break in this game. The margin currently 8 points. To get it out to 14 for goal number 2. Stewart can't do it. Minor score. So let off for the Lions. Blackburn moved 8-10-58. Doncaster East 6-13-49. 5 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard in this final term.
So 9-point margin. Gown takes off. Goes out towards the Owens direction. O'Brien came flying over the back. Waddell got the side handball out. Up towards the wing position now. This is going to work out okay. Higgins spin around in towards the middle of the ground. The kick had to be perfect. The link-up handball's even better. Papadopoulos up towards centre-half forward. This is probably their best bit of transition football for the day here, Donny East. White goes inside forward 50, up towards the pocket. Shaki gave a little shove. The umpire said it was okay. Hip and shoulder came on from Elliott. Ball goes over the boundary line and out of bounds, left forward pocket.
You weren't wrong there, BWS. Going on the grandstand side instead of going towards the far side where Blackburn have done well to bottleneck Doncaster East. They elect to go here and are able to quickly transition the footy.
Can Shaki do something miraculous from this stoppage here? He got pushed out of it by Harry that time. He wanted the free kick. It was unbecoming up towards the wing position over the top of O'Neill's head. Charging through, racing. Look at the speed of Apple there. But the big man Waddell took the ball, gave the don't argue, then kicked it up. Handball over the top there by Lawler. They're going okay here. Wood picked it up, copped a little tap on the shoulder. Umpire said play on, poked it in towards the forward pocket. He went way too wide that time. Guy Stewart couldn't reach for that one, and it'll be a free kick to Donny East. Will Gown will go backwards. They'll get the switch on here through Poland in the back pocket here. The mark's being taken by Scarta Maglia. Just wanted to slow things down here. They want to hit the targets. Risky kick, Gasparini, and he's kicked it out of bounds on the full. Unbelievable. Short passes on. The umpire's going to say, bring it back. He's taking the mark there with Stewart.
Quickly, Waverley Blues are in the box seat. 5 minutes into the last quarter. They lead 10-13-73. Mulgrave 8-5-53.
Mackenzie Dorian, he's about 45 out. He hasn't been confident from this distance range all day. You'd almost think he's going to just pop it up to the goal square here, which is exactly what he's going to do now. It's going to go right towards the line. Who's going to be the flyer? It's knocked away. Does it stay alive? It does not. Boundary throw in left forward pocket.
That's a win for Blackburn, though. Doncaster East could have had the opportunity to swore that through for a behind and retain possession.
5 minutes into the last quarter at Pinks Reserve sees Park Orchards up by 17 points, 8-9-57. Montrose 5-10-40.
Keep an eye on that one as we get the boundary throw in. It was a shallow one. Woolley got the tap to Hicks, to Wooler, towards goal. Toby Wooler has missed. That was an opportunity for goal number 4. He's kicked the 3 today as Talon Dooman will look to take the kick in for the Lions. He'll have a lot of disposals on Premier Data this week. Had plenty of the football as he finds Kai Owens and will receive it back off him. Now goes forward. The kick's a turnover. It's going to come straight back through Oglethorpe. Had a couple options, took his time before going in the Wooler direction, who takes the mark on the chest.
Again, another inside forward foot 50 mark.
And again, another forward half turnover because they're not willing to take the game on in that case.
And 10 minutes into the last quarter in the preliminary final in Division 4, and Bulling Temp are on their way to a grand final. They lead by 31 points, 11-10-76. To Churnside Park, 6-9-45.
Wow. Unbelievable.
History there for the Bull Ants. In this game, Toby Wooler has 3 goals. It's currently a 10-point lead. This to be 16 points, 9 minutes into this last quarter. He's put it right. So both sides missing plenty of chances.
Gee, neither side, you almost feel like neither side want to win this game, do you?
Genuinely, it does feel like that.
So Dooman needs to hit a target here. The flyer is going to be Hoskin, or over the back, even better, Walsh. Good mitts.
Actually done all right, Walsh. I think he's done well for Doncaster East.
He's had his moments today, Zach.
Walsh will go up towards the Hoskin direction this time. He's got to be the meat in the sandwich here. It came over the back, flicked out the back towards Hicks, who got boots of ball, poked it up towards half forward. They're just playing in front. And even when the kicks aren't right, they're falling in the right place. So Epple screaming for the right forward pocket. That's where he's kicking to. That's where he wants the leads, and that's where the ball goes, standing strong. And taking a solid marker last line of defence there was Duncan. He got the handball away. Here's Dooman. Has a lazy bounce. He'll have a second one, maybe. No, he just wants to chip the ball forward. But in the end, it was a bit of a lazy kick, and the kick goes back in now through Villatides in towards the forward pocket. It might sit up okay here for Carmody, who's crunched in a tackle from Poland. He's going nowhere, and we'll have a ball up about 35 metres out from the Blackburn goals. You get the feeling if they kick the first one, they're going to take some stopping. And the ball is deep in their forward line, kept alive towards the top of the goal square. And the ball never looked like going in, but it did eventually hit the post of the grubber. And it'll be another minor score, and the margin is out to 12 points. 2 straight kicks as Doncaster East, Ryan, go straight down the guts through O'Brien.
Yeah, they absolutely do. They've moved this very quickly, but juggling at the wrong time and losing that was Walsh. That was a big turnover here. Now Oglethorpe will have some space. Can they get them back off the transition towards Toby Wooler, half forward line, takes the mark, probably too far out to score, slows it down, has Stewart deep, goes forward. Lawler's worked hard to get to this contest to make the mark, and very tough angle from here.
This feels like a period where Blackburn can take away the game and potentially the season for Doncaster East.
Well, they can, and they've had all the ball in this 5 minutes, but they're yet to get a goal out of it. So they've just kept the door open. Can Paddy Lawler, this would be a absolute beauty from here if he can put this through. From outside forward 50, he's a great kick of the footy. He puts it up towards the square. No mark taken. There was a big fly. Wooler. And smothered. Ball comes back out towards goal. That time hits the post. Philatides, and it's back to now a 13-point lead. To take the kick in. Almost a bit of a disaster there, Ben, for Doncaster East.
Certainly was.
No one just wants to kick a goal.
No, they don't.
I think they do. They just can't.
You're right.
So, being extra cautious, Doncaster East in their defensive zone. Dooman go to Quaynor, who's been quiet in this final term. Certainly a player that's lifted them when they needed it in that second quarter. He needs to come alive as Gown across centre half back. Still indecisive, but he's going to hit the target. Mark's taken there by Duncan, who's come on fresh in this last term. He kicks the ball way out wide, but sat up and Poland took it on the chest in the end, and he'll chip the ball back. Stoddard on the left, chips it over the top, slowing things down through Benny Worm. So right on the wing out here. Kicks it up towards the half-forward line. Apple, still a couple of kicks from home, Blackburn, but happy to take their time. So Apple on the right boot, squeezed a helicopter punt all the way in, and Dooman, big man, has had a super game. Kicks it in, hits up his target there in Scarta Maglia. He wants to go down the corridor, and that's the way they're going to go. O'Brien got the link-up handball, eventually over the top into the arms there of Stoneham on the right boot. Well, just didn't really look in the end, and it was a disappointing finish. Kicked it up towards centre half forward, but Blackburn have the numbers, and now they're off to the races. Grandstand side, thumping kick up towards the half-forward line for them. It was a 2-on-1 situation. Getting a hand on the shoulder there was Paddy Lawler giving away the free kick, going the way of Mac Hoskin, who's having some sort of a last term at the moment. Stoneham was a short option. Dooman had to go back to Hoskin, who was under a lot of pressure. Handball over the top there from Wooler. He was looking for Layla, who played for the free kick out in front, and umpire said play on. It was almost coming out the back, looking like Poland had laid an egg, and we will have a ball up 40 metres out from goal.
It's tightening up here at Pink's Reserve. Let's go boundary side.
And fans are not having these umpiring calls at the moment. They are incredibly vocal at the moment near me and Jared.
12-minute mark of the last quarter, and it's back to 4 points. Park Orchards 8-9-57. Montrose are coming 7-11-53.
Well, very interesting is Gasparini, a high kick back in towards the middle of the ground. Could go either way as it comes back for the Burners. Getting through traffic was Apple. Got off to Bajaya. Bajaya inside forward 50. No mark taken, and it'll be the Lions who will be able to get out of trouble here almost. Can't quite hit the target. Keeping this alive. The handball forward to Worm. Worm now inside forward 50. The half forward flank. Dooman went for it. Couldn't quite bring in the mark. And across the line it goes. Let's go down the boundary with Jared Benland.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. Will Oglethorpe, he's got himself in the right spots all quarter. I feel like he's read the play really well, and he's done some really good things to stop Doncaster East's transition.
Just not executing their skills well enough, Doncaster East.
Agreed.
When push is coming to shove, it's the Burners who, with that finals experience from last year, are starting to stand tall.
Still no goals kicked for either side in this last quarter. Kick away, that time from Gasparini. They're having so much trouble trying to get out of their back half, and might come straight back now with the mark taken by Worm.
Having a good last quarter, Worm.
He's been involved a lot, and they'll go in that area of the ground again. Can they get a mark out of this? Wooler's the target, and there might be a free kick, and it is going the way of the Lions this time.
That was goal of the year, just kicked as well.
Did he kick that?
He kicked that come. Jeez.
Am I right at
Have a look at the replay. Just
17 minutes into the last quarter in the 4th Division preliminary final. Bulleen Temp up by now 36 points, 12-10-82.
Oh, he has killed.
Churnside 6-10-46.
Risky business. The mark's been taken there by Higgins. Bajaya thought he had it from the back, but you got to pay it to the man in front. No, and the umpire's going to throw this one up.
He's cancelled it, yeah. But this period of play for Blackburn, with all the attacking dominance, it's almost taking the game away from Doncaster East.
I said they each had a piece that time. Big, thick fist there by Winter. Lions have the numbers at the fall. They've got to hit the target. Higgins out in front, takes it on the chest. Not going to take that one off him. Will swing around now on the right boot. Keeps the ball low. Got to hit up a target. Intended there for O'Brien, who had the back spot to put a knee in Lawler, and over the boundary line it goes right in front of the Blackburn interchange area.
It's a win for Doncaster East. Forward half stoppage, a chance for them to set up and look to unleash potentially Josh Shackey.
Riley Stoddard currently off the field, so these clearances could be good for Donny East.
So the little backhander fist came alive. Here's Owens. Owens is 40 out. Can Owens put it through? He goes going and he pushes it to the left-hand side. Oh, they needed a lift from somewhere, and Kai Owens was the man, but he just couldn't find the big sticks. Another behind on the board, and a 12-point margin remains out here at Edwin Flack.
Mulgrave look home here, 15 minutes into the last quarter. They lead 12-13, 85 to Mulgrave, 9-7, 61.
Neither side can buy a goal at this stage. Owens to Quaynor. He's going to receive it again. Quaynor, he'll send them back inside the forward half. Blackburn are in front position to take the mark. Hinkley grabs it. Wasn't a great kick inside forward 50 for the Lions. And they are now very close to winning this game without needing to kick a goal. It's 12 points to margin, 17 minutes
It's
gone in this final quarter.
Genuinely death by 1,000 cuts for Doncaster East.
So, yeah, you're absolutely right. As Bajaya takes the mark here on the half-back line. They're in no rush at the moment.
But that was poor from Quaynor before, though. He had Shackey as a deeper option, and he was in a genuine one-on-one too.
And there's Oglethorpe, mentioned earlier. Had all the space in the world to take the mark, and they'll just slowly work this forward. Stoddard back on the ground. There's Oglethorpe. Short option to Ainsworth. His handball going nowhere, just
I wouldn't be
across the
taking,
line.
to be honest with you, I wouldn't be taking my foot off the pedal even though you're 12 points up. The game's there. The game there is still to be won for both sides. It's still game on. You know, you don't be going into your defensive shell.
No, you don't want to, that's right. It's 12 points, but it feels more like a 4-goal lead by the way the game's been going as we get another stoppage. 6-14-50, 8-14-62. 12 points in at Blackburn leading elimination final.
Bai throws it up now. Harry got the knock over in the arms of Brown, got dispossessed of the football. Papadopoulos was in there as well.
So the non-officiating umpire.
Yeah, from all the way at centre-half forward has paid that one.
He's a bit slow to get back up on his feet as well, Papadopoulos.
Expect him to give the quick handball away to Dooman here. That's why he's loitering. And there it is. Got the handball as if it was on cue. It was a set play. Goes towards Shackey direction. Over the top of him. They need the numbers. Handball out from Walsh. Got it to Shackey. Tricky dicky stuff from Shackey. You little beauty. That was spot on there, and the mark's been taken by Hugh White, 30 metres out from goal, directly in front.
That is really smart play there by Shackey.
I thought at first he didn't mean that kick, but
it looked.
It was.
Could we entertain extra time?
Do not.
We could. It could. If he kicks this, there's still plenty of time.
He must kick this goal. He keeps it low and he puts it through. Hugh White, Doncaster East are within a kick. Time on's about to come into this final term out here at Edwin Flack, 7-14 to 8-14. Doncaster East, the last 5 minutes, Brash and Josh seem to be had the momentum.
They have.
And this is what they've been able to do in the last 2 quarters in particular, and now in this final quarter, just starting to work their way into the contest, and now they get an opportunity from centre stoppage, which is their strength, and it comes down to guys like Kai Owens, like Matt O'Brien, who have had big games, but this is a big moment for both of them.
Let's go down the boundary.
Riley Stoddard moved from the half-back into the midfield to try win this last clearance for the Blackburn.
Well, here we go. Back to 6 points. First goal in this last quarter coming 20 minutes into the game. Here's Owens. He gets the handball forward. They're going to try and quickly move this. It's Hinkley who gets fist to it. And now Stoddard. Handball into a bit of space to Harry. And they link up now through Brown. Brown inside 50. Looking for Carmody. Out the back was a target. Couldn't quite mark the ball. Still alive here for Blackburn. Dorian coming in to apply the pressure with the tackle.
19 minutes into the last quarter in the first. semi-final at Pink's Reserve. It's Park Orchards 8-9-57. Montrose 7-12-54.
So the tap down here with Dell. Clearance out of their back half. Came off hands. A lot of Blackburn numbers around this ball. So they should be able to win it out. But Jay got off to Worm. Worm, who's been big in this last quarter. His kick's not the best for Toby Wooler to grab. That bounces to him across the line.
The forward half territory is quite crucial for Blackburn, particularly in this. I reckon there's only 3 or 4 minutes left in this quarter.
Well, all to play for today. It's the elimination final. Loser goes home. Winner moves on to play Vermont next Sunday back here at Edwin Flack Reserve. Back into play, inside forward 50. Wooler ducked his head, not going to get a free kick out of that.
And 20 minutes into the last quarter in the Division 2 first semi-final, and Waverley Blues will be moving into the preliminary final. They lead 13-13-91, Mulgrave 9-7-61.
Blackburn holding things up nicely here in their forward pocket. Has the ball stayed alive? It hasn't. But they're happy with where it is. It remains in their territory, leading by 1 kick. They'd be loving to get a valuable goal or point here as a snap around from Scartamaglia. Out of that danger zone, bouncing football. Once again, it'll go over the boundary line, but it's creeped forward.
It's now down to a point at Pink's Reserve.
Ryan, I've got a question for you. For the last 2 minutes at Pink's, do you want my camera operator to turn and face?
Post game, sorry.
Post game. Okay. I just want to see, this.
Blake Tennant's going to be the first one running on the green.
Waddell kicked it up towards Shaki, got the quick handball away, inside forward 50. Here's a foot race now. How's it going to sit up? They've got the numbers. Hugh White's in there. Little kick around the body, right towards the top of the goal square. Can White pick it up now? He goes after it, got a boot. It was a good kick too. Curran tried to claim the mark. It only went 5 metres. They kick it out of that danger zone, but Jay is in possession. He takes the mark. He wants to move it quickly, and Harry's happy to hold things up. It was a hot footy right on the goal line there for Doncaster East. They worked the ball forward out towards Majaya. The courage shown was immense, and he's going to be rewarded with the free kick on the wing. 23 gone. 6 points is the margin out here in the elimination final. He's sucking in a few big ones here. He's handed the ball away. We've got to play it down out there. Doncaster East at Stoneham.
Who's the third one in?
Go boundary side to James.
Bit of a Stephen Milnex bounce, if you don't mind, down in the goal square there. That might have just been the game for Donny East. I feel like it's so unlucky, but I feel like that's just how that just represents how they play. Just a bit unclean, a bit untidy, and that just might finish it.
Actually, you get a little bit of time on at it there. That's
I reckon there's about 2 or 3 minutes left.
Yeah, it's well done there by Stoneham. Milked the clock there, gained an extra 40, 50 seconds there.
Well, it's all in real game time anyway, so it makes really no difference. As the kick goes up to a big fly there from Lawler, who's been paid the mark. Good jukes. Round of applause there from the fans at the back. They certainly enjoyed that one. So Paddy Lawler getting the calls from support from the fans as a kick goes helicopter punt style right up towards half forward line where Toby Wooler is going to go back, and he'll absolutely milk as long as he possibly can for this one.
He's actually played pretty well today, Wooler.
Winds around now. He gets to the 50. Will he have a shot? Instead, he wants to go to the pocket. And the mark has been taken by Jackson Carmody, who will have a shot on goal and kick a valuable score, which is what Blackburn are searching for. As my phone keeps going off, and so something's happening at Pinks.
And Montrose have hit the lead. 23 minutes in the last quarter. 8-14-62 to Park Orchards. 8-9-57.
And guess who kicked that goal?
Joel Tennant.
Jackson Carmody swings around on the right boot now. Can he seal the deal? He kicks it across the face of goal. And the mark's been taken by Wooler. The big man was there. He's put his jukes up, and a timely mark that was. It went right across the face of goal. He was the tallest player in the situation. They just needed to get a fist on the ball. Doncaster East, the defence was there.
Right it up.
And Wooler, who's kicked 3 goals today, he's been the difference between the two sides. He'll go back and try and kick his 4th.
He really has stood up today, Toby Wooler.
This is the game either way. This is the game either way.
Wooler, he's only 20 metres out from goal. He'll use the left boot. It's a beautiful kick. Perfect curl, left foot snap. Wooler gets his fourth, and you would think now that Blackburn are going to go sailing into the finals next weekend out here at Edwin Flack on Sunday against the Vermont Football Club.
He could have kicked anything then.
Yeah.
Because it would have been the 2 goals, or 1 goal on a buffer is 2 scoring shots.
Yeah, Waverley Blues now up 37 points, 25 minutes into the last quarter. They move into the preliminary final against Templestowe next week. It's 14-14-98. Mulgrave
Jeez.
stuck on 9-7-61.
Haven't they fallen off a cliff, Mulgrave?
So there won't be long here at Edwin Flack Reserve. 26 minutes gone. It's back to a 12-point lead to Blackburn. Have to be something pretty quick here from the line to give him any chance. And Waddell's not going anywhere. Wrapped up in the tackle by Riley Stoddard.
And I think if we look overall at this game, it's just the skill execution of Blackburn came to the fore, particularly in this last quarter and at times during the third term.
Both sides have had plenty of chances today. Handball over the top, stolen away by Stewart. Stewart just throws it on the boot. That's a long kick, and it's back in the Wooler direction, who uses his body well. He read it perfectly. He was behind his opposition to take the mark.
I'm surprised he just didn't go back and
kick it
milk
himself.
the shot.
And he finds Carmody instead. He's kicked 4 Wooler, and this time
gives one off
to Jackson Carmody. So 27 minutes gone in this last quarter. Blackburn, who've probably been the better side at the end of the day, have an opportunity here just to put some icing on the cake.
They also love a long run-up.
Park Orchards are back in front by one point.
And here's Carmody on the siren. Blackburn have won. It's just going to be the margin now. Jackson Carmody comes in and puts through the icing on the cake. It was touched on the line, but it doesn't matter because the Burners are through to the semi-final weekend. They're 9-14-68, 9-15-69, defeating Doncaster East 7-14-56. They're winners here today, boys. We'll keep an eye on that score out of Pink's Reserve, but on this game, Blackburn at the end of the day just took a couple more chances than the Lions.
Yeah, and I just think they were a little bit more cleaner with the ball when they needed to be. Nothing against Doncaster East. They tried everything, but for most of the afternoon, they just couldn't find a real clear inroad to goal, Josh.
No, they couldn't. Blackburn executing through the corridor really well. Doncaster East tried, particularly in that second half, but they didn't really take advantage of it during that first quarter. And that's, as we all know, the quickest route, particularly here at Edwin Flack Reserve. In the end, it cost them, and that slow start as well was... and that third quarter as well proved to be a bit of a difference. And those 10 minutes in the opening stages of the last quarter where Blackburn got more territory, they weren't able to kick in front of goal, straight in front of goal, but were still able to get some territory, take some time off the clock, and almost take the game away from Doncaster East.
And it was Kane Keppel that kicked that goal at Pink's Reserve. It's a 27-minute mark in the last quarter, and Park Orchards are up by a single behind. It's 9-9-63 to Montrose 8-14-62.
I wish we had a heart rate monitor for Blake Tennant. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, but the one person we've got there is surprising.
And believe it or not, it is now a draw. 9-9 to 8-15. So
my God.
It's almost like next kick wins it, or we're going into extra time.
It's going to extra. I'm calling it. That game's going to extra time.
I'll say that's probably my camera operator's fault because he was on camera for the drawn game last night at Bourne for at Mulgrave for the women's game. So he's got 2 in a row. He's going to have to go overtime on.
Yeah, very interesting. We'll keep an eye on that. We might get the boys on the boundary in just a moment. I believe Riley Stoddard is down with Jared Beanland, and it looks like Toby Wooler is down with James. So, Jared, take us underway.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Ryan. O'Reilly, what does this mean for you guys? It was an elimination final. So, win or go home. How does it feel to keep progressing this year?
It's unbelievable. Really proud of the boys. We've finally got our best side back, and we're really starting to play some good footy. Donny East are a quality side, and they pushed us right to the end. Just a bit of fight and kept going out the game all day. It's good.
Absolutely. A lot of pressure in this game, of course, physically, and you guys seem to just hold up pretty well under the strain.
Yeah, we did. Credit to the backs because in the second quarter and even at times late, you know, they were beating us around the stoppage, but credit to the backs, they fought their ass off. And our whole team defence has been something we've been building on. It was poor at the start of the year, but it's coming good now. So, yeah,
absolutely. We'll give it to you, James.
Toby, mate, congratulations. Into a semi-final against Vermont next week back here. How does that feel?
Yeah, it was sick. It was an awesome win. Heaps of swings of momentum throughout the day, so it was just sort of awesome that we were able to hold strong at the end there and put in a good four-quarter effort.
Yes, absolutely. A bit of a scrap for most quarters. Probably that third quarter you guys broken over with four goals won. Tell us how it felt just to get that consistency going after a bit of a scrap fest for the other three quarters.
Yeah, we knew it was always going to be a scrap on the inside, but we sort of knew that if we were able to get it to the outside, we'd be able to take the game away from them. So we knew we had to fight it out for a while, but then we just backed our fitness in and took the chockies in the end.
Well, I have to talk about that last quarter goal, though. How nerve-wracking would that have been? Taking your mark, a goal up, just seal the game. How does that feel to get that job done?
Yeah, left foot snap. Quite like doing that. I was hoping Kai Stewart was going to run around me, and then I was just going to pass it off to him because he's a bit of a specialist at that. But it was good to sort of seal it and go on to next week.
That's absolutely phenomenal, mate. Congratulations. Enjoy your night.
Thanks there, Toby Wooler and Riley Stoddard. We've got an update out of Pink's Reserve. What's happening, Brash?
We're going into extra time. I believe it's 5 minutes each way, then golden point.
Wow.
Someone better tell Blake he's not allowed to run onto the ground after the...
Yeah. Maybe we call Blake and get him to call the last couple of moments of this game.
I want the.
Can we do that?
Can't technology get us on? Get on the.
Come on, Lee.
Bring out the stretcher if they don't win this, Montrose.
We're really putting Lee under the pump here to see if he can do that.
Hang on. Get the game out there.
Can we get him on the phone? Blake? Well, I know we're throwing you on it. We are going to take a break now anyway, as Blackburn come off the field.
He's probably 8 cans in.
Yeah, we may not want to.
It must be. Is it a milestone? I think it's Jacob Eppel who might have had a milestone today.
Who's been fantastic today. I thought his game was absolutely outstanding. He was one of the key players on the ground. And we might not get the song thanks to Tobin Brothers Funeral Celebrating Lives. We might go to a break because we've got a lot to break down in the last few minutes. We've got Matt Spotterly also to join us on the other side. It is Blackburn moving through to a semi-final. 9-14-68 defend the Lions. 7-14-56.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds, even in winter, absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Edwin Flack Reserve. The Premier Division Elimination Final all are done and said here at Edwin Flack. And it was Blackburn winning by 2 goals, a 12-point win, 9-14-68 to Doncaster East, 7-14-56. Lions got it back to 6 points in that last quarter at the 20-minute mark of the game. But Blackburn were able to get the last goal through Toby Wooler to seal the deal, a 12-point win. They'll play Vermont next Sunday back here at Edwin Flack Reserve, while the Premier Division second semi-final on the Saturday between East Ringwood and Roeville. The scores around the grounds now. We've gone through the other 2 results. Bulleen Templestowe, they're through to the grand final. We'll talk about them in a moment. Waverley Blues have defeated Mulgrave to move into the next week of the preliminary finals in Division 2. Division 1, it went to extra time. If you've just joined us, what's going on, Brash? What's the score currently?
It's back to a point. It's Park Orchards 10-10-70 to Montrose 9-15-69.
So 9-15, so they've missed some opportunities. We're going to be keeping you on the phone, keeping those updates coming through.
Tanzamat kicked that goal there for Montrose.
And we've got our a very reliable source down at Pink's Reserve in Blake Tennant, who's very neutral on this one. Looking forward to keeping those updates.
Neutral, remember?
He's mutual, he's a mutual supporter.
We'll keep that going, so you interrupt whenever you need for that.
All right.
In terms of the game, we don't have a actual award today to give out, but it's still worth giving out some votes at least, some 1, 2, 3. No pressure on this. There's no award to give out, so no one has to take too long in deciding your 1, 2, 3. But Josh, start us off today. What was your thoughts on this one? I don't know if there was a clear standout at all, but what have you got?
I think there were a couple of players whose skills and execution at times stood out, and one of those was Kai Owens. He still had a fair few disposals, but every time he had the footy, I just felt like he was going to thread an inside forward 50 for Doncaster East or get them forward from midfield. I felt like if he'd worked his way down into the defensive half, they might have been able to transition a little bit better, but he still gets a vote because he's certainly someone that put together a really great game and a great season as well. I still think he's the favourite for the Chandler medal with the way he's and you could see why he's racked up the disposals and racked up the best mentions so far. But for me, I've got Riley Stoddart for 2 and Toby Wooler for 3. Wooler's 4 goals was the difference in the end. And I know Stoddart came in and out of the game at times, but his drive, his skill execution by foot was quite prominent. And I just thought it stood tall in the end for Blackburn. So, but Toby Wooler, he could have had 5 goals as well. He still gets my 3 votes.
Back to 7 points, 11-10-76. Park Orchards, Montrose 9-15-69, Ryan.
Well, there we go. And your 1, 2, 3 as well. You're backing in, Josh. Do you have any different?
Actually, I'm going to give 1 vote to Ben Worm from Blackburn off that half-back line. I thought he was as steady as a rock for most of the afternoon, and I didn't think he wasted a disposal. I thought Owens was sensational in the midfield for Doncaster East, and he basically gave them every single bit of opportunity when he had possession of the ball, right, to give Doncaster East the most amount of chances. But the reigning Chandler medalist, Toby Wooler, clearly for mine, the best player on the ground.
6 points of margin now, I see. Another point for Montrose.
Yep, 11-10-76, 9-16-70. If they do lose it, do we say it's bad kicking is bad football?
That will be a question to have. But Matt Spider-Lee's also joined us in the post-game. Your votes in this game?
Gee, it was a difficult day for votes, but in a sense it actually became quite easy because I just felt that when Blackburn got control of the game, as they did, I thought the two players that we've really been talking about in Riley Stoddard and Toby Wooler, they were the two differences in the game. Toby, his start to the game, obviously his ability to be able to work up the ground and kick those goals, and then Riley's ability to be able to, not only execute his skills but win the ball. And I thought his dominance around the ball was so superior to that of everyone else on the ground today. He just dominated, and when he got the ball, you knew that something was actually going to happen. So from that perspective, I'll give the 3 to Riley. I'll give 2 to Toby. I think for Donny East, it would be probably remiss of us not to give a vote to Kai Owens. I think you have to, in terms of he was clearly their best player through the midfield today, and without him they probably would have gone down by even a little bit more, because when he worked his way into the game, I felt that he gave him a chance to actually win the game. So with getting the ball, getting the supply into guys like O'Brien and Shaki, who in the end, look, they were good contributors for Donny East and have been all year, but just in the end they just didn't have enough support around them to be able to get over the line. But I actually thought Dooman down back was quite good.
Yeah.
I thought Quainer was good at times down back, and his ball use was good. But yeah, and through the wing there. So I thought there was some good things that they did, but they just had a couple of guys throughout the course of the afternoon that ebbed and fluctuated throughout the game. Hoskin was okay for them. They just and even they competed well in the ruck against Harry, but I thought Harry probably just won the day just from the point of view of down back, when he went, around the ground, took some critical marks, and they just took time off the clock. They did in the last quarter. Blackburn, they actually did it really well. When they needed to slow the game down, they did. They knew when to go to fast, but they knew when to go slow as well. So that's why Blackburn won the game, and that's why the votes were recording.
There you go. And also, Ben Warren-Smith, you're 1, 2, 3 on this one.
Apologies go to Taylor Dooman. I thought he was absolutely super today. He got a lot of the football, but couldn't squeeze him into the votes. 1 to Riley Stoddard, 2 to Kai Owens, and 3 to Toby Wooler, who was the difference between the two sides today. Over to you, Jared.
Thank you very much, Ben. Apologies to Ben Worm. I feel like he played a really good game, and apologies, in fact, to Gasparini and Owens as well. I'm going to have to give my 1 vote to Luke Quaynor. I think his work in the back line was really good. He kept the pressure up while Blackburn continued to attack, and he just did a lot with the ground ball in their back line. I have to give 2 to Wooler and 3 to Stoddart for all the reasons that have been mentioned.
Yeah, James?
Backing those 3-2-1 from Jared there as well. I think Luke Quaynor, he was absolutely phenomenal in the back line, especially in those first 15 minutes where Blackburn completely had Donny East under the pump, especially in the defensive half. Yeah. He stayed composed, and credit to Talon Dooman as well. He was he had so much composure to keep them alive in this contest. Giving 2 to Toby Wooler, because I feel like, yes, he kicked 4 goals. I feel like his teammate in Riley Stoddart played an absolutely phenomenal game, kept winning clearances off halfback and in the midfield, and he was probably the key to winning this game for Blackburn and sending them on to a semi-final next week.
Yeah, I haven't got much different to everyone else. I'll go the 1 with Kai Owens. I thought he was Doncaster East's best on the ground today. I'll give the 2 to Stoddart. I'll give 3 to Wooler, mainly because it was such a low-scoring game, and he's kicked 4 out of the 9 goals kicked for Blackburn. And at the end of the day, probably could have had maybe 5 or 6, passed off a couple, was really key up forward, was dangerous, and every time they needed a goal, he was able to deliver for them. So thought he played exceptionally well. So if there was an award today, it would have been Toby Wooler's to win, of course. We had the Cryo Stay Young Eastland Best on Ground award, but unfortunately not today in a final. But Brash, what's happening? Pinks Reserve, any update?
Sorry, Ryan. It's still a goal of difference here. Park Orchards 11:10.76, Montrose 9:6.70. And the clock is showing 40 minutes. So, like I said, they may be in their second period of 5 minutes now. So there has been no score change at this stage.
Surely they're in their second 5 by now.
Well, you'd think so, yeah. Just on today's game, boys, I actually thought also the Blackburn small players, particularly after half-time, really got to work. In that first half, they weren't as prevalent and visible in the game. But guys like McIndorian, even guys like Carmody started to come back into the game and started to do their thing. And a guy Kai Stewart, I thought he was really important, particularly in that last quarter. Some of the chains that he got involved with were really important. So I think the Smalls, you can really stepped it up after half time, but particularly in that last quarter.
Yeah, that's a good point. He was another player that I probably missed it there in the votes. I thought he played exceptionally well, Jade.
I want to add Will Oglethorpe to that as well. I feel like he got into some really good possessions, and he had pretty clean use of the ball as well. And I'm surprised I forgot Stewart when I was.
And the Blackburn
Jackson Carmody as well. I thought was also.
And the Blackburn defence really stood tall today. Guys like Hinkley, Curran. In particular, really did some really hard and heavy lifting, didn't they, at critical times?
We got a quick score here. Park Orchards have got the ball in their forward 50 and have scored a crucial point here. It's now 11-11-77 to Montrose 9-16-70.
Oh, very close to walking away with a win and meeting North Ringwood next week. Continue to update us. There's another point.
Another point. It's now 11-12-78 to 9-16-70.
It's going to make it tough for the Ds. Just before, and continue to interrupt us, Brash, if you need to. The other side of the coin, we talked a lot about Blackburn there. The side that goes out today, Doncaster East. What do you make of the season now, Spider, because they were in a top 3 spot for a long period of time, and now they're out in the first week of the finals after slipping up in the last couple of weeks. And they've all been close losses. In the last, they lost to East Ringwood in the last round of the season by less than a kick today. At times, they had their chances. There was a 2-goal margin in the end against a very good Blackburn side. But what do you make out of the year?
It'll probably feel a bit like going ahead in straight sets, to be honest, because they lost last week to lose the double chance, and then you lose an elimination final. It's pretty. It's a hard pill to swallow, isn't it, for them? But when you look at their year in totality,
it's game over.
In totality, what was the final score there, Brush?
Game over. Sharks are into. They're survived. They've been given a huge fright. They move into the preliminary final after a heroic effort by Montrose, 11-12-78, defeating Montrose 9-16-70.
There you go. But in totality, Ryan, I think the first half of the season, Donny East were outstanding, and they probably played their best football. They beat some really good sides. They got onto a little bit of a run early in the season and set the platform. Mm-hmm. Then they had a bit of a period where they lost a couple of games, and then they won it. The next block of games, and then started to fall away just at critical times at the back end, and that's what opened themselves up to the slight drop and where they ended up finishing. And look. Shaki had an enormous year. What did he end up with? 89 goals for the North?
88 goals.
88 goals for the year. And that's just an unbelievable effort from a player of his calibre and stature in the game. And without those goals, who knows where they would be. But, look, they can take some things away from the season and say, look, made finals, tick. Much improved effort than last year, but the thing that they are missing, there are some things that they are still missing within that that lineup.
I feel like they just need a couple more games into some of their young.
Well, they're very young, and as they alluded to, they had a lot of young players out there today, but that was a bit of a missed opportunity. I feel like this, the game was there to be won. It's just their execution at times. But like you got to acknowledge the year of Kai Owens. I mean, good chance he could potentially win a Chandler medal. Outstanding. Without him coming into the club and doing what he's done, they probably are not in this position to play finals this year. And Gasparini, he's been a very good pickup. Gown as well. So there's definitely upside to them. Now they need to go away and take the next step. So there's some things that they've got to address, that's for sure.
It is interesting, an interesting autopsy for Doncaster East, because in previous years it really feels like they were the team that just dropped games that they really shouldn't have dropped. You look at some of their results and it's, they should be a final side or they should be further up the ladder, and, they lose easier games. It's so different this year, but we go back to round 14. They lost by 5 points to South Croydon, and we talk about the difference between
and that's the game potentially when you circle it.
That top 3 spot and the double chance, and then going out in an elimination final to Blackburn. So you go back to that round 14 game, and it was the old Doncaster East that just sort of showed up, reared its ugly head for one moment, and it can kill a season. And that just shows how difficult Premier Division is.
Two other games. I think we've got right. We're running out of time, but we've got two other games we need to quickly discuss. Waverley Blues. They sent a message this afternoon. They end up winning by 32 points.
It's an enormous result. Great result.
42 points, I should say.
Yeah.
16-14, 110 to a very, very disappointing Mulgrave, 10-8, 68. I can't believe I've seen a side just fall off the cliff like Mulgrave.
Can I touch on that one? So I feel like Waverley, in finals time, it doesn't matter in what grade you are, if you're in AFL or local footy, in finals you need to hit your peak at the right time. And Waverley Football Club have done exactly that. Templestowe should be completely and utterly sent to warning this next weekend because Waverley could easily go into a grand final against Surrey Park. I believe they could.
They
100%.
can. I think it'll be a close game. I think what I take away from this game is how far Mulgrave have dropped off. And I still can't believe it could be all because of one player, and it can't be.
Significant loss, but probably not. There should be others that have stepped up.
100%. They have such a talented midfield with guys like Giorgio Varigianis, the two Villanuses in there. I know his presence as the skipper and as one of the leaders of the Mulgrave Football Club would have been uplifting, but I mean that still can't be a difference. It can't be.
Well, put it this way, it was, at half time, Mulgrave was 6-4, so they've only kicked, it's basically 12 goals to 4 in the second half. And look, I almost feel, and Waverley Blues were down by 8 points at half time, so big third quarter, they kicked 5 goals for gentlemen, and then they went on with it in the last quarter with another 7 goals too. To 2 goals too. So, I mean, look...
it's a domination, isn't it?
Yeah, and James is right. I mean, look, that's a really, really good win by Waverley Blues. And like you said, they have hit form at the right time. Whether it'll be good enough against Templestowe next week, only time will tell.
But it's a free hit for them.
Now it is.
It is a real free hit. And this team is still, got some... they're not the Finch product either yet. So, over the next couple of years, I think we're going to see Waverley Blues continue to improve under Sam Bates. I mean, this is a different Waverley Blues team to what it was under Tom Langford.
And the feel-good factor story of the afternoon is the Division 4 preliminary final, and Bulleen Temp have moved into the grand final this afternoon. They play Warrandyte next Saturday at East Ringwood Reserve. They had a resounding 40-point victory this afternoon over Chirnside Park, 14-11-95 to Chirnside 7-13-55. And once again, the curse of straight sets in finals has continued to play Chirnside Park. It's back to the drawing board again for them. And it's not going to get any easier for them moving forward.
Still only 2 finals wins since 2022. And they've played about 8 to 10 finals. They just can't... There's some mental barrier. But equally, for Bulleen Templestowe, James, you talk about sides peaking at the right time. That's exactly what the Bull Ants are doing. I think Warrandyte are going to be quite wary of what the Bull Ants can do come grand final day.
Most definitely. And, I mean, look, we got to... Josh, we actually got a look at that preview when we went down and covered that game about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and really there wasn't that on that particular day. There really wasn't that much in it, and I think it's going to be a really good spectacle because I think in essence the 2 right sides of Division 4 this year have made it to the grand final, and I think it's going to be. I think people are going to be really surprised at the quality of what's going to be put on the park next Saturday.
Their 19s are also set to meet with one another as well.
And got a bit of momentum going into this grand final Bulleen team.
Yeah, correct. And I think it was mentioned on Friday as well. The form line, although Chirnside Park pinched the double chance, probably still alluded that Bulleen Templestowe had the better form line coming in because they had the better wins.
Although clearly the second team, Ryan.
Yeah, they had the better wins. They beat Chirnside Park at Kimberley late in the season, almost knocked off Warrandyte. Chirnside Park had a little bit more of an easier run home.
Yeah, I think basically the way the form in Division 4, like Spider said, they were probably a false, number two, because rarely when you read between the lines in the results in Division 4, you actually had to look at disregard the form against the lower rated sides and look at the head-to-heads against the top 4 or 5 sides. That was going to tell you who was going to feature in this final series.
Well, I introduced the premiership window midway through the season.
You did?
And Bulleen Templestowe were the only side in Division 4 inside the premiership window. Warrandyte weren't in it because of their offence. And look, they still have a pretty potent offensive side, but the Bullants are just that little bit more well-rounded, and it's reflecting in this final series.
Oh dear, Ryan.
Yeah, we're almost ready to close things out for another big weekend of football. We had the Senior Women's and Veterans Grand Finals yesterday. Premier Division Final Series kicking off this weekend, so it's been a massive weekend. The Netball, all 16 divisions now complete with the final 8 divisions having their grand finals on Friday night. So it is a massive weekend. Of course, if you're tuning in tomorrow night, you'll see the junior presentation. Looking forward to getting into that tomorrow, as well as the grand finals of the senior men's competitions this weekend. It's all starting to happen as we really start to get closer to the end of footy for the year.
Well, September is here.
September is coming.
Almost here over the next couple of days.
Yes. Before we obviously finish things up, a big shout out to my partner, my fiance. Her birthday tomorrow.
Happy birthday, Jess.
Happy birthday, Jess.
Shout out to my sister as well. His birthday's also tomorrow, actually.
There you go.
So,
the 31st of August. I won't see her tomorrow because I have to be at the junior presentation. So
You're taking her to dinner. You're taking her to the junior presentation.
I don't think she'll be coming to that, Spider.
Sure, she doesn't want that as a birthday.
No, I don't think so.
Pies and sausage rolls.
Yeah,
well catered for at Crossroads.
Probably not going to happen, I don't think. But shout out to her. She's had a good weekend away as well with friends. So I was glad to see that she had a good weekend.
Yeah, the credit card got
until you see what she's spent.
Got to show her a bit of love.
We'll see about that. We'll start to wrap things up. First of all, Matt Spider-Lee, great to have you on the pre-game, half-time, post-game for both days this weekend. Been a
big weekend of footy. It's been terrific watching it all. Premier games. We've had 2 really solid performances, and looking forward to what's in front of us in the weeks to come.
Yes, we'll hear your voice later in the week as well. Jared Beanland, James Gagnon on the boundary today. Great to have you boys front and centre for this big Premier final.
Always a pleasure. It was a great final to watch.
Yes, thank you again. Great to be back, and hopefully see us all for another grand final next week.
Josh Ward, great to have you on board. You've got your Surrey Park scarf. They're through to a grand final in a couple of weeks.
How the reserves go today, Josh?
We don't need to talk about the reserves or the 19s. Been a fun weekend. It's been good to cover both Premier Division games, and a big shout out to you as well, Ryan. I know you've I'd say you struggled with sleep, but you've done well, mate.
I'll have good sleep tonight. Wayne Brasher, great to have you. Another busy weekend.
Yeah, it was, but one of the more always a thoroughly enjoyable weekend, especially when you're covering Premier Division Group Finals football.
Absolutely. Always a pleasure to have Ben Warren-Smith with us. We don't see you next week, but then the week after, you're back for the final 2 weeks of the season with the last 3 grand finals.
Really looking forward to it. Had a great weekend here, and disappointing result for Doncaster East today, but well done to Blackburn. Shout out to a couple of people watching now, Pete Muskin and his wife Jo, and Brett Beston's are tuning in at the moment.
G'day, Besto.
And I've also realised I need to lose 20 kilos because this angle is just terrible. Hate it.
We've got to get rid of these cameras. I've been looking at myself the whole time. Not good. Lee Green, though, besides the camera work on us, you've done a fantastic job once again. Massive weekend.
Good weekend, Lee.
That's better.
Big thank you to you, Lee. Also big thank you to Megan Green behind the camera. Everyone involved from Kate Green, Ellie Curlis, Oscar Luca, Blake Tennant. I hope I haven't forgotten anyone. Brett Davidson, of course, a big weekend ahead. That's happened here. And Doncaster East and Blackburn today. It was the Burners. 9-14-68 to the Lions, 7-14-56.